Good afternoon, dear colleagues. Welcome to the fourth part of the conference, Happiness and Contemporary Society. We start this fourth part. Good afternoon, dear colleagues. Welcome to the fourth part of the conference, Happiness and Contemporary Society. Sorry, we had some technical issues. So we start this fourth afternoon part with English speaking session, and then around 6 o'clock we will move to the last Ukrainian speaking section. And we are glad and we are honored and pleased to announce the first speaker of this fourth part, Tetiana Kulinich, PhD in economics, associate professor of the Department of Management of Organizations, Lviv Polytechnic National University.
Sorry, do you see my screen?
Yes, we can
Always
see
okay. Yeah, okay.
your presentation. Not full screen yet, but we can see
but I think it will be okay with such a part.
Okay.
I am first time in your conference. I also very glad to see all you. I was very surprised because very many names and very many person. I am familiar with them because I know them from the previous life with working with CIUM, Consortium of Business Management Education in Ukraine, then working in Lviv Polytechnic School, then in Ukrainian Catholic University. Firstly, when I see the name of your conference, I decided that I have no one common with your direction because I reading completely different articles. But then when I make acknowledgement with your collection of the previous conference, I decided that 1/3 of my article is dedicated to the happiness. So I even give at the end of my presentation all my articles for the 3 previous year, which is related, some kind relation with happiness. So I am also happy. First of all, I decided to create here some direction which is related with my research internship here in Perugia. So it is happiness as a guideline for strategic changes in corporate culture despite war. I think that nothing will remain unchanged during and after the current Third World War, which humanity mistakenly considers an internal limited conflict between Russia and Ukraine. Changing the conditions and rule of functioning will require companies to take different approaches to the development and implementation of strategies, and therefore to the formation of corporate culture. The transformation that will take place in Ukraine sooner or later, like waves, will disperse and penetrate into the construction of life throughout the world. The goal of humanity will continue to be not just survival, but life. The life of companies depends and is saturated on the state and mood of their team. The normal functioning of each individual who is an active part of the population of the country and entering to the team of certain company is determined by the level of happiness that this individual grows, forms, and multiplies in himself. Also, the level of happiness of the mentioned individual is determined by the conditions created by the company to which he belongs for his existence and development. Then I would like to underline some main factors which create some problem. It is clear that among the great variety of factors affecting the level of happiness of individual employee, the company to which he belongs has a limited influence. Let's outline the main sphere of influence of the company, the guideline for strategic changes in and around which is happiness. First of all, it is the sphere of corporate culture and the laws of corporate communications related to it. They were, in turn, forced company to pay attention to the introduction of effective changes in their corporate culture with orientation to happiness, to the active implementation and awakening of the ability of certain individuals and teams to manifest such reactions as satisfaction with life, increased self-esteem, savoring happiness, and gratitude for physiological well-being, feeling of dispositional optimism, and other similar positive feelings, assessed on various scales. On the other hand, they were exacerbating the divergences that exist between people, property, financial, gender, territorial, national-centric, professional, educational, physical, and others. And on the other hand, it is once again emphasized the equality of all people in the face of force majeure circumstances. I also feel it. And in the fact, it depends on people as individuals, on their groups, collectives, on the formed connections and communication between them, on the built and modified corporate culture, how the development of individual business units, their socio-economic, sectoral and territorial associations, up to the world as a whole will proceed. In addition, we need to save resources, will lead to a reduction of the company staff, their reorganization, which will also increase some internal contradictions. Now I give some proposals for problem solution. One of the key points of increasing the level of happiness of an employee is to increase his involvement in processes. To survive, an organization must be able to adapt. Such transformation primarily occurs through the construction of new communication, fixed in the corporate culture, between manager and subordinates, within groups formed for the needs of implementation of individual projects, between executors and stakeholders. Such connection increases the importance of each participant, his interest in active participation in the process, in influencing the achievement of positive results. The latter will also affect the manifestation of employees' innovative abilities, and the innovation and creativity contribute to the appearance of dispositional optimism. In today's world, especially after the artificial long-term distancing of people during the pandemic and their scattering around the world during the war, the role of social media cannot be underestimated. They also contribute their specificity to the formation of new corporal culture and communicate channels. Organizational structures should become flatter. The construction of vertical thesis to be relevant. Due to decrease in trust in the decision of the top management and due to a positive reaction to more adequate proposal and correct actions of representative of the closest environment. Reducing the number of levels in organizational structure and reinforcing such changes with appropriate fixation of corporate structure will contribute to the reduction of various types of inequalities in the perception of team members, the collective and corporation as a whole. I also would like to propose you some example with which you already saw today, the example of Finland, when it is named as the happiest country. This country earned this status not because of better property achievements, but precisely because of reduced manifestation of socio-economic inequality. It should also be noted that the war strengthened the communication skills of Ukrainians, made them more open and easy to form new connections. People began to take more responsibility, took on the complementation of complex tasks for which they did not have enough courage, time, or inspiration. And conclusion. All given proposals correlate very well with the set of requirements of modern successful corporations for its staff regarding the availability of such key skills as ability to build communication, manage changes in projects, plan relationships, demonstrate leadership qualities, and set priorities. And we fit the behavior of Ukrainians into Brian's four-factor model of perceived control. Then we can simultaneously count the following additional life-affirming effects from the implementation of successful work in the corporate team: savoring positive moments, the ability to avoid negative results in events, overcome the perception of negativity, and obtain positive results as property. All these, in a certain sense, can be included in the concept of happiness, and the correct construction of corporate culture and connection should help to consolidate the mechanism of obtaining these gains. Here I also give some references. It is not mine references, and also I give some my publication of 3 previous years, which is in some kind of relation with the research of happiness. Thank you for attention.
Thank you very much, Pani Tetiana, for your interesting topic and interesting presentation. Please, dear colleagues, does anyone have questions or comments?
Okay. Is it possible to receive the emails of other participants to write him to the emails? Is it possible?
Well, we have actually, all of participants have already received the emails, because when we were sending the program and the link, Zoom link for the conference, we were sending to all of participants.
Okay.
So you can just check this email and find an email that you need. But in case if you won't find, please write us to our email and we can provide you with the contact of an academician who would like to communicate, because indeed one of the aims of our conference is to provide this platform for further cooperation, communication. So it would be a pleasure for us. Just please check this email with the program, and in case if you need some additional information, do not hesitate to contact us. Okay, so if there are no questions, however, indeed the topic is very interesting, because indeed that is the practical application of the science of happiness that is supposed to be made, and will be very effective in many aspects. Okay, so as I can see, the next speaker has not yet joined us, and for this reason we will move forward, and we invite for the presentation Osman Koroglu, PhD professor, Department of Business Administration, Epoka University, Tirana, Albania.
Good afternoon, everyone.
Good afternoon. We can see your presentation.
Okay, let me just quickly adjust something. Okay. Now I have 10 slides. It will end quickly, hopefully, and we may have a small discussion if anyone who's interested in these issues or topics, the general AI and XR, they're interesting topics, especially relevant about nowadays. We see ChatGPT as one of the examples that everyone is talking about, writing, etc. So my question was this for my paper, and let me quickly summarize who I am. I am 45 years old. I have 10 years of journalism experience in ICT field and 14 years of academic experience. My subfield is new and emerging media. Nowadays, I am focused on AI XR technologies in general. So let's talk about it a little bit, what it is, AI and XR, and the combination of them. So AI is the field of computer science that creates innovative problem-solving computer programs. Today, these programs are designed to be accessible and user-friendly, even for non-experts. And XR is, or basically extended reality is, encompassing augmented reality, virtual reality, and mixed reality. So it's a combination of all. This technology aims to merge the physical and digital worlds, allowing for interaction between two. Based on the research in the last 10 years I involved, AI and XR is about to converge into AI XR, into one. So it has the potential to improve communication and increase happiness. And in my paper, I explored the relationship between AI, XR, human-computer interface, happiness, and communication, and the promise of AI XR in transforming digital interfaces and environments for more effective interactions. AI XR enhances user experience, promotes communication, and makes communication with digital devices more natural. It also improves customer satisfaction according to recent data. So, while emerging media has previously impacted happiness, XR offers new opportunities to mitigate negative effects and promote positive outcomes. In the paper, I tried to address, although the space was very limited, 3 research questions, starting with 1, how can AI XR enhance communication and happiness? 2, what is the impact of emerging media on happiness and how can AI XR be used to mitigate negative effects? 3, to what extent can AI XR be used to analyze and understand communication patterns, and how can this knowledge be applied to enhance happiness? The goal is to provide new insights on how AI XR can create a happier and more connected world. As we are all aware, happiness is a complex and subjective emotional state that is influenced by a variety of factors, including genetics, personal circumstances, and societal and cultural influences. Positive relationships, purposeful activities, gratitude, exercise, mindfulness, and altruism are among the common factors that contribute to happiness. Happiness is measured using various approaches, including the subjective well-being, affect balance, and eudaimonic well-being, hedonic well-being approaches, and set point theory. Researchers use different measures, such as the flourishing scale and the authentic happiness inventory, to assess different aspects of well-being and positive functioning. Technology has both positive and negative effects on happiness. While it offers social connection and information access, excessive use, especially of social media, can result in negative outcomes, such as fear of missing out, FOMO, social comparison, isolation, and loneliness. Moreover, technology can lead to information overload, stress, and a sense of constant connection, which can adversely impact well-being. AI XR is increasingly important in multiple fields with enormous potential to revolutionize interactions with information, objects, and people. AI advancements in natural language processing, image or speech recognition, and predictive analytics, along with XR's immersive experiences, simulations, and training, are transforming industries. They are creating personalized learning in education, predictive diagnosis and medical training in healthcare, immersive gaming and personalized content recommendations in entertainment, and predictive analytics and enhanced customer experiences in business. XR technologies have potential to improve communication and promote happiness in various fields, including healthcare, education, entertainment, and travel. Examples include VR therapy, AI chatbots for mental health, remote healthcare consultations, virtual reality collaboration, personalized learning, virtual travel, and assistive technologies. But we need to mention these issues. Effective communication techniques like active listening, clear messaging, appropriate nonverbal communication, empathy, and respect should still be used in conjunction with AI XR technologies. In social VR simulations, for example, social presence is important for creating the illusion of interacting with others in the virtual environment and is essential for social influence induction. Of course, we should also mention the negative issues or the other side of the coin. The increased use of AI/XR in communication may lead to dependence on technology, social isolation, bias, discrimination, privacy and security concerns, and ethical considerations. The immersive nature of XR technologies can lead to addiction and dependency, reducing individual autonomy and agency. AI/XR can also have negative environmental impacts and may be expensive to implement and maintain. Moreover, their use may require significant shift in cultural attitudes and behaviors. To ensure their positive impact, there is a need for transparency in their development and deployment. So we can say further research is definitely needed to understand happiness and develop interventions to promote well-being related to AI/XR. And regardless of that, AI/XR can help measure and enhance happiness, facilitate cross-development, and reimagine business and company cultures all around the world. It can also address challenges in disaster relief, healthcare, education, transportation, and agriculture fields. However, it must be developed in alignment with human values and society's betterment and minimize negative impacts on privacy, security, and autonomy. So simply mindful and intentional use of AI/XR can maximize its potential to enhance happiness and well-being. I would like to thank the organizers and everyone who's involved in this conference. So if you have any question, I am here to talk about the details.
Thank you very much, Professor Koroglu, for an interesting presentation. Dear colleagues, does anyone have any questions or comments? Well, if there are no questions at the moment, definitely you can write your questions throughout the conference to the speaker in the chat. Please use this option, and in this case, the speaker will be able to answer in a written form. Also, if you need emails, please contact us. And Professor Koroglu has already shared his email, so you can write not only in the chat, but also personally. Thank you very much again. And let me see, because some speakers haven't joined yet. So in this case, we will move to the next speaker. And that will be the recorded video of our Italian colleague who was not able to join us online. However, he sent us the video in advance, and I'm presenting Maurizio Maria Malimpensa, PhD, postdoctoral research fellow, Faculty of Protestant Theology, University of Vienna, Vienna, Austria. And let me share my screen. Please let me know if you can see and hear.
Dear colleagues and friends.
Do you hear the video?
Yes, all is good.
Thank you.
It is a pleasure to be able to participate in this conference, although unfortunately, due to prior commitments, my talk will be recorded. I hope that I can still reach you as if I were speaking it live, and I look forward to being able to catch up on your talks when the entire conference is uploaded. I will now read the text of my talk so that I remain within the timeline and do not digress. The conception of happiness shared by most people today, regardless of their level of education, different background, or other factors, seems to substantially solve the concept of happiness in that of pleasure. If one questions any person, but first and foremost ourselves, as we are certainly also conditioned by the context in which we live our everyday lives about the nature of happiness, one will most likely obtain, no matter how sophisticated the answer, a reference to the satisfaction of the person as an individual, to the attainment of that which gratifies his or her expectations and desires, the further determination of which will be, as may reasonably be expected, to be such as to bring pleasure to the person himself or herself. It has, after all, to make him or her happy, according to a circularity of reasoning that is easy to observe when the normally unquestioned motive of individual action is questioned. Given this concept of pleasure, when that person is asked whether he or she is currently happy, and if, as one can imagine, he or she replies that he is not, he or she would presumably identify the cause of his or her unhappiness in an external limitation, such as lack of money, lack of time, and others like that, in something that constrains its action, whereas on the contrary, the respondent could certainly swear he or she would certainly be happy if he or she could do what he or she wants, getting rid of everything that determines and conditions his or her existence, forgetting, moreover, that an undetermined existence is simply unthinkable. This presupposes, whether one is aware of it or not, a conception of happiness as the quest for pleasure, according to an idea that makes quantity its determining principle, as if it were a method of accumulating as much happiness as possible. Now, the danger of this view is that the quest for pleasure is precisely what makes happiness impossible, as a certain and inalienable possession. In fact, one seeks what one does not have. For happiness, moreover, the maxim befitting wisdom, according to which the nature of wisdom consists rather in the path to it than in the goal attained, certainly does not apply. This fallacy leads people to set themselves the goal of being happy, which is a monstrous absurdity both logically and morally. Being happy cannot be a motive for action, being rather the complement, the unintended result of that action. Happiness could only be the object to which an action is directed if it were a determinate object, a determinedly pursuable aim, which at the smallest introspective investigation is immediately refuted. It is in fact impossible to clearly determine the contours of happiness, since the faculty that is called upon from time to time to define its concrete reference is the imagination, to which oscillation between opposites and indefiniteness pertains by definition, as Kant wrote. If happiness cannot be understood as an object, as a state of things in the world that one can set out to achieve through one's action upon it, its nature is rather that of being, as already mentioned, the supersensible complement that arrives at an action directed towards a certain purpose, in such a way that it is one and undivided, that the proper character of such an action is the complete correspondence between the action itself and the will, so that the latter is one and undivided, just as one and undivided is the life in which being happy properly consists. This leads one to consider the very essence of happiness not in pleasure, as common sense does, but in bliss. It consists not in a positive quality, in a set of objective determination that can be intentionally achieved through the procedure by which a given purpose is enacted, but in a mode of presentation of the action, of every action, to itself. It is therefore a matter of seeing one's act not sub specie temporis, in the horizon in which, as a result of the reciprocal action of the moral agent on each other, it can bring forth by heterogenesis the opposite consequences to what it set out to achieve in the world, but sub specie eternitatis, that is, in the only way in which it can appear as one and undivided in itself. Happiness appears in the view not as the motive of the action, but as the expressive tone by which the action itself is reflected, mirrored back to itself, and as the will itself in figure. It thus appears essentially as an attribute and modification of that one and undivided will, which in real action is identified in every singular existence. For this reason, happiness cannot in any sense constitute a drive for an action selfishly oriented towards the narcissistic enjoyment of an entirely private pleasure, but is instead the event of an experience that is the only one that can dispose us to the empathy of a common sensibility, that is blissful life, good life just because of its immediate being life. It is clear from such a conception of happiness, which expressly excludes from itself the character of the quest for something, that it in no case entails the scission, that alternative between private interest and common good, between sensible inclination and moral law, which always follows from the treatment of happiness as an affection of the physical state of the private individual. Rather, the attainment of happiness understood in the way we are outlining is under one and the same respect the determination of one's action according to the supreme principle of morality. This eradicates the dualism inherent in the notion of law itself, whose unifying instance is frustrated at the very moment it is posed, since with it is posed also the alternative between moral and immoral action, which is on the other hand inevitable, since such a conception of law is the counterbalance of that conception of happiness as a private affair, which it is supposed to correct, but which it only ratifies. On the contrary, once the problem of the blissful life has been posed, the demand for the good is immediately posed, to which bliss cannot but refer, if it is so to be attained. For while it is possible for an immoral action to produce pleasure in the person who perpetrates it, it is absolutely impossible for such an action to be followed by bliss in the sense indicated. Thus, on the other hand, when wanting what one does, abandoning oneself to the flow of eternal life in the individuation that realizes this life by means of one's action, unfailingly produces the inalienable happiness of beatitude. And should this be given, it is given only together with an action that is and cannot but be moral, that is, teleologically oriented toward the idea of the good. A final point to be made in this regard is that the hedonistic conception of happiness, by reducing it to pleasure, destines for its attainment only a man who is a half man, since the subject of pleasure is precisely the sensible and passive man. Happiness so understood is in fact only determined as a modification of sensibility, and the satisfaction of a sensible impulse, indeed mediated by the activity of the imagination, but referring first and foremost to the physiological sphere of human existence. That is, in the sphere of pleasure, it is merely the satisfaction of a need or desire, which, as we can see, the rational faculty is reduced to acting as the matchmaker between the demands of the appetitive faculty and the object of appetite. This, however, necessarily leads to a bad infinity in the sphere of the satisfaction of pleasure, since once the ephemeral instant of satisfaction has been consumed, sooner or later the need for a new need or desire arises again, so that the perennial and proper condition of mankind would be that of deprivation and dissatisfaction, that is, by the very route by which happiness was promised, unhappiness. In quite the opposite way, the notion of bliss appears in order to be experienced to the whole human being, that is, it requires a performance on the part of all human faculties, and indeed in particular of the rational one by which human beings are characterized. Please note, however, that it is by no means a rationalistic and abstract conception of the human, that such a conception of happiness appeals to. That is, it does not require us to be angels without a body, or to pillory sensibility and flesh. Quite the contrary. This conception simply re-establishes harmony in the human being, assigning to each of his impulses and strengths their rightful place. It does not condemn the human being to mere passivity to which he or she is condemned by dependence of the cycle of satisfaction of pleasure, but requires of him or he an exercise of his or her most proper activity, that is, an exercise of the higher faculty of discernment, that can only unveil to him or her that vision of his or her own will, and agency in the broader perspective that has been indicated as the one of the one life, that is, in the perspective of eternity. However, this activity always happens together with passivity, which is also a fundamental feature of human existence. First and of all, because the sphere in which the exercise of the higher faculty of the will is manifests itself is that of human action. It is the ordering and experience of feelings, in which the human sensibility, it is his or her ability to be in the relationship with the world around them, is at stake. But also because bliss, insofar as it is truly experienced, does not present itself as the attainment of an end starting from an activity instrumentally directed towards it. Indeed, as already been said, there must be an activity of the higher faculty of the human soul in order for one to move from mere sensible action to the supersensible vision of the determination of will only through itself. But when this act is accomplished, bliss does not present itself as an object drawn by its own virtue, as a fruit plucked, but rather as something received, something given, as an experience of gratuitousness. This is what makes the problem of happiness also appear directly as an eminently religious problem, as is shown, for example, by the fact that the conception of grace expressed in Christian religion testifies precisely to the latter aspect dealt with in the authentic experience of happiness, that is, the way in which it manifests itself as divine life, by which human life is traversed, in which it rests, and by which it comes into existence and manifestation without fading away like any other appearance, but while remaining in appearance, appearing to itself as an appearance of the eternal. Thank you so much for your attention.
Thank you, dear colleagues, for attention. I'm sorry, just a minute. Someone has the microphone. Oh, okay, microphone off. Thank you for attention, and we are grateful to Dr. Malympensa for his video record, for his presentation. I have shared his email address in the chat, so please, if you have any comments or questions, you may address him directly via email, or if you have any comments to discuss, please, you are welcome to do it now during the conference. If there are no comments at the moment, then we will move forward, and I'm presenting the next speaker, who is going to present the research conducted with the group of co-authors. So I'm presenting Francisco Rodriguez de Prado, PhD, doctor, Faculty of Economics and Business, University of Vigo, Spain. Professor, can you hear us, and can you turn on your camera? Because I cannot.
Good morning. I don't want if you can see me. I have connected my camera, and I don't know if you have feedback of my camera. Good morning to all present. Good morning from Spain.
Yes, we see you.
Okay, well, I'm going to share my screen because I'm going to use some slides for presenting the research. Okay, thank you. Thank you for your presentation. I'm going to try to share my screen. Yes, here it is. Well, I suppose that you are able to watch this screen. I'm going to use these slides for presenting the research. First, I want to thank you to the organization of this Congress, the opportunity to present our research about the use of some techniques that trying to join the working market with companies in order to introduce our students to the working market and trying to make easy the process of access to an adequate job to the skill and abilities adopted by our students. Well, this research is presented by a group of lecturers and professors from the University of Coruña and Vigo in Spain. La Coruña and Vigo are cities situated in the northwest region of Spain called Galicia. So from this space, from this part of Spain, I want to send our greetings to all our colleagues. Well, in this study, we try to measure the effect of the join between our students with the working market in companies. So we try to apply techniques related to the learning service to the society, in special to the private companies, trying to introduce our students, especially students from the last courses and from the degrees, from master degrees in the market in companies. We are going to use one specific study applied to companies in sector of agricultural and especially in environmental agriculture and ecologic agriculture. So we need a measure from our students because we try to select the most adequate students to these jobs, and we apply academic performance solutions for identifying the most adequate students for each job. And with this solution, we try to adapt the students to the most adequate job in each case. Well, our study trying to measure the results from introducing students in these companies using one methodology called Balanced Scorecard methodology. And with these results, I'm going to present you the main results that we obtained in this experience and our future job, because we identify some results that we need, that we can get better in next experiences. Well, we are going to apply this study to one specific company in the sector of agriculture, specifically agroecological agriculture, trying to identify sectors with a future, because intensive agriculture is trying to be changed from European authorities, trying to focus the European economic aids to the companies or the farms that trying to implement agroecological solutions. So we think that this is the future in this sector, and we try to identify this effect from students introducing in these companies for the practical subjects and trying to apply the service learning to these companies. Well, the concept of service learning is applied in the relationships between companies and the university, and we think that it's an important way of apply our relationship with companies. We are very concerned about the future of our students. When the students finish the degree, they have to access to different jobs. So this step is very difficult in Spain. So we try to adapt this step with the introduction of some subjects in the last courses with practical experiences in companies. So this is the introduction of the service learning in the university. We try to obtain different objectives, critical citizenships. We try to get different skills and abilities for our students, like emotional and social competencies, and we try to introduce our students in the working market. So we can identify different variables in this process, like a process volunteer is these students are volunteers. So this is not mandatory for the students, but we think that it is a good experience for our students. We are going to introduce these students in private companies to make practice in a field work, and we are going to try to adapt the service learnings to this process. Well, so in this process, we are going to estimate the main results that we obtain in a practical case applied to agroecological company. So we are going to focus in one private company in Spain and one specific farm that adapt the agroecological techniques to the operating in this farm. And we are going to measure the effect of introduced students in learning service in these companies. So the methodology that we use for measuring the results of this experience is the balance scorecard. And in this balance scorecard, we are going to measure different variables. The main group of variables are four group of variables: business and growth, internal processes, the relationships with customers, and the finance variables. In these key variables, we are going to identify some specific variables, and we are going to make or we are going to fix some specific objectives that we want to get, and we are going to measure the deviations with these objectives and this and the real result that we have obtained in our experience. In this table, we can summarize the main results divided in these four key variables: financial, customers, internal processes, and growth and learning. So the specific variables for financial results are efficiency, measured by some specific indicators that we can obtain from the companies, from the financial statements, and from our interviews with the managers of these companies. And the indicators, for example, for financial results are economic profitability or financial profitability. We are going to measure the values in months, and we are going to obtain some results that we are going to compare with the goals specific for our study. We repeat this process for different indicators from customers relationships, and internal processes, and growth and learning. The main results, I'm not going to explain all these results. You can watch the values in this table, but I'm going to summarize the main results. The main results are that students got some results, specifically financial and results. But in other variables, the results are poor. because we are not able to get the results, specifically in growth and learning variables and customers relationships variables. The results are not too bad, but we need to improve the results. So we think that these results are produced for being the first experiences in this way, and we think that for next experiences we can improve the results. And we think that for improving these results we have to work in two ways. In trying to indicate to the students the tasks that they have to make in companies, and trying to imply better to the managers in companies, because we think that some of these results are obtained because the labor as tutorials in companies made by managers is not too good. So we think that the managers must be implied more in this process, trying to adapt the job to the students and trying to teach the best ways of working in these companies better to the students. So we think that the role of managers must be improved in the future, and we think that we have a work in the future in this way, and we think that the results will be better with these experiences and solutions. Well, finally, the main conclusions are, we think that the future in the university is to try to contact with companies, and the best contact is to try to offer the service learning to companies with our students and with some research that we can offer to companies. But in this point of view, to offer students for practical subjects, we think that we need to improve this process, and we have identified in this project, in this research, some of the variables that we must improve, specifically offering more information to students and trying to imply more to the managers in this process. I want to thank you your attention, and finally I want to wish all the best for our colleagues in Ukraine. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, dear professor, for sharing an interesting research results. Dear colleagues, do you have any questions or comments?
Could I ask one question?
Yes, please. Pani Tatiana, please.
Okay. I have between your indicator economic efficiency and financial efficiency. What do you mean under economic efficiency? Productivity?
I think that the productivity offered by our students is a variable that we need to improve. The results are not only the consequence of the work of our students. Really, we measure the efficiency of all the company. So our students are introduced in the company and share the results offered by the company. But in this process, we think that our students offer to the companies the knowledge and especially the enthusiasm of young people. Young people want to work, wants to learn, and wants to introduce in the working market. So we think that the enthusiasm of our students is important to improve the productivity and the results. I think that is the best problem that we have in the university. I don't know in your universities, but in Spain, the professors are very old. I include in this in this sector of professors, and we need young people in the university with new ideas, with more enthusiasm, and with another vision of the world and of the university. I'm very happy to share my work with young people, and I like very much to learn to my young colleagues the way of research, the way of teaching classes and things like this. And I think that is the same for private companies.
Thank you.
Thank you very much for the question and the answer. Does anyone has more questions or comments? Well, if not, you may use the chat later on, or you may contact our colleagues by email. So thank you very much, dear professor, for your presentation again, and for your answers and for your contribution to the conference. Let's move forward, and I'm presenting the next speaker, who is Francesco Porchia, PhD student, Department of Philosophy, Social Science and Education, University of Perugia, Italy. He wasn't able to join us online, however, he sent the video record of his presentation in advance, so I will share my screen, and his presentation is Revelation and Happiness for a Possible Contemporary Perspective, starting with Parison and Schelling. So just a minute, and also I will, in the chat, I will send his email address, so if you have any comments or questions to Francesco Porchia, you will be able to contact him. Do you see the speaker?
Hi everyone, I am Francesco Porchia, PhD student
Can you hear the video?
from University of Perugia. I am really glad to be here today and for this opportunity. Thank you very much. The title of my contribution is Revelation and Happiness for a Possible Contemporary Perspective, starting with Parison and Schelling. This contribution is focused on the theme of happiness as interpreted by a contemporary Italian philosopher, Luigi Parison, starting from the ideal dialogue he had with the works of Friedrich Wilhelm Joseph von Schelling, of whom Parison was a very important interpreter, particularly in the later part of his production. It seems strange at first to speak of happiness by referring to these two philosophers. Considering in fact their last works, it is not immediately easy to understand how the theme of happiness can constitute the heart and the ultimate purpose of philosophical research, since the questions that seem to prevail are those of evil and suffering. It is no coincidence that the subtitle of Parison's late work is in fact Evil and Suffering, while it is well known that Schelling, after the loss of his first wife, Caroline, approached increasingly toward themes that could face the hard trials of life. In particular, Parison highlights how crucial it becomes to recover the theme of evil. He states how in our contemporary times the theme of evil has not been adequately dealt with, thus making it necessary to elevate it to an original question, since the investigation of evil allows the individual to posit the question of meaning, which is located in the original relationship between the foundation and the creature. Philosophical investigation would seem to start precisely from the question of desperation, from the Grundfrage, the question about the foundation, the last and painful question, which effectively demystifies the great illusion of the rational subject of being able to determine reality according to its own faculties. This attempt by the rational subject loses every relevance at the moment when the foundation, the principle of sufficient reason, finally is to be determined. Having become an object of the judging subject, the foundation vanishes, and what remains is nothingness, the abyss. The condition is well represented by the Erlanger Vorträge, of which Parison is a great commentator and Italian translator. The ecstasy of reason occurs precisely when it is realized that it is impossible to enchain the foundation within the limits of human reason. The dissolution of this principle of sufficient reason restores the condition of the human being to the states of separation from the foundation, a state in which the Urmensch, the original human being, finds himself following the fall. Schelling is in fact very focused in the first phase of his production, as in the last, on the comparison with the Bible. The theme of the fall emerges from freedom, a theme that will be wisely re-elaborated and reinterpreted by Parison. The Italian philosopher well highlights the question of original evil, which is already present in God as an original possibility. Re-elaborating the content of Schelling's pages, Parison argues precisely how creation is the act that makes God personal. This act is prior to the original free choice, the original yes that the foundation says to being against the possibility of non-being, of nothingness. Such an act is possible because God has chosen to be open to alterity. God has chosen not to remain close within himself in a state of egoism, but has chosen love, goodness. The same fact that God chose God implies, however, that he could also have chosen evil. The possibility of evil is therefore intrinsic in God. It is present in power, as a sleeping power. It is the creature, the human being, that awakens evil. Once again, it is freedom that represents the heart of the argument. The human being represents the high point of creation, that which could hold together the ideal and the real, the foundation and the creation. The Urmensch, however, chooses to impose his will of dominion over creation. He seeks to replace God. This free act of the creature leads to the fall and to the knowledge of good and evil. Then begins the condition of separation between creature and foundation that we said earlier. This separation is the reason of the human being's suffering. It is what originally sentenced the human being to death. Death is in fact presented as the punishment for the fall, the permanent reminder of the failure of any possible determination of the human being's will to dominate the world. These are the premises that constitute the heart of the ideal dialogue conducted between Parison and Schelling. The reasons for the evil and unhappiness of human being have been found. But what is the proposal for a vision on happiness? It is well known that Schelling, at least from the period of his studies at the Stift in Tübingen, the University of Tübingen, was an attentive scholar of Immanuel Kant. So much so that the comparison with the philosopher from Königsberg was a constant element in the evolution of Schellingian philosophy. It is interesting to consider how Kant introduced an important concept of happiness in relation precisely to the moral question. Happiness is not, according to Kant, the end or motive of moral action. Happiness would not reflect the universality of law that Kant seeks. Happiness, in fact, refers back to the sensitive and the particular sphere of the individuals, making it unsuitable for being elevated to a principle of universal law. Yet, it is precisely against such impersonalizing universality that a possible evolution of theme must be found in the reflection of Schelling and Parison. It has already been stated how the category of the rational subject risks becoming nihilism, to the state in which there is no principle of sufficient reason, and to that world where there is no we, but only a rational subject that submits otherness under the category of the judged object. Rational judgment is perhaps not enough to actually constitute an answer to the demand to provide today an adequate proposal capable of discussing the happiness of the individual, of the person. In fact, Universal law, Schelling argues, does not meet the needs of the individual, who cannot simply rely on an entity to be contemplated in order to seek the meaning of existence. The personal, Schelling affirms, seeks the personal. This perspective is in line with Parison's intention to propose an hermeneutic philosophy as an alternative to the rational philosophy. A philosophy guided by the dialectic of freedom, in which the relationship between the foundation and the creature, but also between individuals, can be reinterpreted. Only through the recognition of the proximity that characterizes not only the relationship between individuals, but between individuals and the foundation, is it perhaps possible to seek an alternative way of talking about happiness. Such reflection are possible through the concept of revelation, in such a way that Christianity, as Parison affirms in dialogue with Schelling, constitutes a possible way of approaching evil and suffering, making it possible to address these issues. Evil and suffering are not ignored. They do not constitute a deprivation of being, but become a content of philosophical reflection. They are the consequence of the fall that the foundation remedies with the most personal act, the act that reveals the greatness of his art, revelation. Only through revelation does it become possible to mend the rift that exists between foundation and creation, recognizing the common participation of individuals in the foundation. Recognizing this bond, individuals then rediscover themselves to be similar in their co-participation, but at the same time, the category of person, which is taken from the foundation itself, makes each individual unique, because the category of existence finds itself full of meaning. Could it then be possible to speak of happiness in the perspective of the renovated meaning in which life is authentically understood? In order to answer this question, it is then necessary to understand what revelation implies. The state of separation of the human being from the foundation could present a strange situation of a civilized people without metaphysics, as Hegel wrote in Wissenschaft der Logik. The question of nihilism can be approached by recovering the question of the meaning of existence. Without a principle of sufficient reason, it is not possible to find an end of the existence, because what remains is the presentiment of nothingness, the vanity of all things. Revelation in Schelling aims to repair this laceration. Through the death of Christ, a new meaning of human existence is found. There is then no longer a sense of the meaningless of life. The rediscovered bond with the foundation makes it possible to discover the common participation of individual with the absolute. This mutual sharing elevates the individual who participates in the absolute, thus taking on a new meaning, but at the same time makes it clear that everyone has something that cannot be understood in common, something that makes them similar and unique at the same time. This paradigm overcomes modernity's view based on judgment. God is no longer an object of the rational subject's demonstration. God is no longer an object of contemplation. God is personal. He becomes a person because of his love. He feels for human being. This relationship is then marked by mutual recognition. This relationship is then also common to human beings. The other is no longer the object of a rational subject's judgment. The other shares with the ego the participation in the foundation. In the common elevation, in the common philosophical investigation, it is possible to rediscover perhaps a possibility to speak of happiness. It is not understood as a self-satisfaction, but as a common rediscovery of the meaning of existence, a journey that should be undertaken together with the other in a state of proximity. Starting from this assumption, from love for creation and for the other, it is perhaps possible to rediscover additional ways of introducing the question of happiness into our contemporary world. A way of talking about happiness as a promise to restore the value of existence in a state of proximity with renovating meaning. Thank you very much for your attention.
We appreciate the contribution of Francesco Porchia to the conference. We're grateful for the presentation that he sent us. And as you can see in the chat, I have shared his email. So if you have any questions to Francesco, you can write him a letter. Also, if you have any comments, you can articulate them right now and maybe make some kind of discussion, please, dear colleagues who would like. If there are no comments or questions at the moment, then as far as I can see, the next speaker is not he is joining us right in this moment. So Mattia Vicentini, you please get ready to be the next speaker. And I'm just a minute. Just a minute, because I saw the next speaker joining and now I do not see him. Probably there were some connection problems because I've just seen him. Okay, so in this case, I'm inviting the next speaker who will be Mattia Vicentini, the PhD student, Department of Theology, Pontifical Gregorian University, Rome, Italy.
Yes, thank you for the presentation, and it is a pleasure for me to be here and to address such an interesting topic. Just a second. Can you see the...
We can see the presentation, the full screen presentation.
Okay. Okay, yes. So the title of my presentation is Happiness as a Practice in Public Space, a reading from Pierre Bourdieu, Practical Reason. Happiness has the goal, the end, or the scopus of individual life has accompanied Western men and women throughout the centuries. However, its meaning has not remained unchanged and has presented a multiplicity of reference points and meanings over time. A brief excursus in the field of linguistics is sufficient to realize. The Greeks called happiness by the term eudaimonia, which can be translated as good fortune or good demon. The case of the German language is interesting, where the word Glück indicates both happiness and good fortune, showing a correlation between the two dimensions. Finally, in the English language, happiness derives from the verb to happen, which indicated the occurrence of happiness and thus bring to light its dimension of occurrence. It thus emerges of the one hand how happiness is a positive dimension that cannot be taken for granted. On the other hand, is the present itself as an event, something that happens in time. Philosophy, starting from the Hellenistic world, has long wondered about the subject of happiness. Suffice it to recall Socrates, who linked happiness to the virtue, or Democritus, according to whom happiness is linked to the tranquility of the soul, and again Protagoras, who linked happiness to the pleasures of life and the satisfaction of individual desire. This brief philosophical insight brings to light how happiness is linked to the individual dimensions, to the individual person. It's a play on words. One could say that happiness is being happy. Maintaining the connection between happiness and the individual dimension, linguistic analysis has shown that happiness is a phenomenon located in space and in time. For two reasons, its public dimension must be taken into account. There is no individual without society, and society influences the self-understanding. The individual is always happy within a community and through relationships that enable him to realize its happiness. It is the public space that individuals' happiness is realized. It then becomes necessary to understand the relationship between the individual and the public space in order to better understand the question of happiness. The analysis of contemporary Western society conducted by sociology has brought to light a multiplicity of its characteristics. There is no single model for reading interpreting it. Among the many, some readings have been more prolific than others, and have showed greater scientific recognition. It is, for instance, the case of secularization, but not only. Another thesis that has enjoyed considerable success and which claims to be a peculiar characteristic for our society is the theory of pluralism. Its characteristics suggested that compared to centuries past, in the West today, there is a greater plurality of life models, styles, and conceptions, including with regard to happiness. The reference to the Christian religion as a dimension of meaning in public and private life has fallen. This model for centuries gave unity in difference and showed itself as the key to interpreting reality and a model for society. Christianity has indicated a model of life and therefore for happiness that over time has not always presented the same characteristics, but had a certainly coherence in its development. Today, this model survives, but it survives in plurality, together with other models. According to Peter Berger, Western society today has pluralism as its defining characteristics. It is a new situation in which different encompassing doctrines and plausibility structures coexist. Berger defines pluralism as coexistence of different worldviews and scales of value in the same society. This suggests that today there is no single model of happiness, but rather there are a multiplicity of models that give a particular interpretation of happiness. In the globalized world, societies contend with a multiplicity of visions of the same. The person is therefore called upon to live in a plural context. His response cannot be fundamentalism, because that would amount to a denial of one of the principles of the world in which he is placed. But neither can it be a relativism, because it makes a common and shared system of principles, which I intentionally do not call ethics. It means that today, faced with a multiplicity of institutions offering models, proposals, and ideas of happiness, there emerges on the hand the need to close oneself off in one's own model and idea in a hermetic way. But on the other hand, one must also avoid the temptation to accept all incentives as possible happiness of equal value. These two represent the two opposite, but equally problematic extremes. Between these two radical interpretations lies a third, that of the encounter, an encounter that comes with otherness. The barrier of respectivism. This encounter must not either on the two identities, but rather on the basis of common ground calls of dialogue in an equal footing. There then emerges a first coordinated to happiness in public space. Happiness is the recognition of one of own individuality, as Paul Ricoeur would also claim. It can also be seen a prerequisite for happiness. There is no happiness without being recognized a person who can experience possible happiness. In a situation of market of happiness, of multiple offers of happiness, the person must search of his personal happiness. This presupposes in the first instance that happiness is possible, and there is a second instance that there are public criteria to find it. The second presupposition stems from the above-mentioned realization that happiness, however individual, finds its being from and within society. Having made this assumption, a historical hermeneutical track opens. Hans-Georg Gadamer showed how the truth is revelated in art. He considered the classic. There are two words that with the passage of the time have become classics, and they offer a model of happiness to those who want to catch it, even if they may decide not to embrace that the same path. Gadamer seems to suggest that in a situation of an excess of incentives that risks flattering in the research, the advice is to look for concrete examples of happiness from the past and try to experience them in the public space. The transition from recognition to concrete experience marks an important step. Happiness is not an abstract dimension. It must be experienced. Happiness must be practices. Interesting happiness as a social practice implies understanding it from its social role and in the relationship that bring it to light, in a creative phenomenon of identity and relationship. It thus emerges from the relationship between the individual person and the collective identity. Once the shared instances within society have fallen away, happiness must be found from time to time through experimentation. Such experimentation manifests itself in two directions, ad intra and ad extra. In the first case, happiness emerges in the form of a personal satisfaction of an individual need or desire. In the second case, individual happiness finds its being in the reciprocity of a common and shared happiness. In the public space, both frames manifest themselves. These relations help not only to satisfy the need for happiness, but also to understand it within a context of pluralism. Happiness emerges in a practice that takes place in public space. Practice, according to Pierre Bourdieu's conception, always opens a space to alterity because when the subject entacts it, he discovers that it's opened up something more. Something more is the recognition and feedback expected from the other. Practice is more than an action because it is not exhausted in itself, but has an origin and an end that go beyond the simple. Practice is the person's being, having in reference to alterity. Happiness as practice suggests that one cannot be happy alone. In conclusion, happiness read as a practice shows who it finds it an ideal place in public space, made up of encounters with the other people. There is possible to experience the practice of happiness through relationships and encounters. Happiness, even when it is personal, needs an encounter with the outside world. In a context of pluralism, this makes it possible to experience different models and interpretation of happiness, as well as to verify them. Thank you for the attention.
Thank you very much, dear Mattia, for an interesting presentation and your contribution to the conference. Dear colleagues, do you have any questions or comments? Well, if there are no comments or questions at the moment, then thank you again. And we are moving forward and inviting the next speaker, who is Simon Francesco Di Rupo, PhD student in Ethics and Communication, Scientific Research and Technological Innovation, Department of Philosophy, Social and Human Sciences and Education, University of Perugia, Italy.
Thank you, Professor. Here I am. Hope you can see me.
Yes, we can see and hear you. Mhm.
Okay, perfect. Thank you. It's
Excuse me, just if you could move a bit, because there is a light right behind you and it is not very, like, your face is not very visible.
Is it better?
Not quite. Maybe you can like move a bit to the side, if it would be possible. Okay, it's better now. Thank you.
It's better. Okay, thank you. It's a real honor for me to participate in your interesting conference. And my work is entitled Residues of Stoicism and Epicureanism in the Contemporary Concept of Happiness. And it's an imaginary dialogue with Lorenzo Vallas de Vero Bono. So, in what way can we call ourselves contemporary philosophers concerning happiness? Since the latter is a human condition that is never quite definitive, constantly desired, and never entirely understood. This is a challenging task. One is never contemporary with happiness. Often, if not always, man succeeds in defining a happy moment after having experienced it, and with a laborious parallel to a moment in which such happiness seems to have escaped or eluded him. Here we mean man as an individual, as a mankind. However, we could also bend this reflection to a man as a collective historical subject, humanity. Could we ever define one era as happy to another? Or would we overestimate the connotations we imagine ourselves to have from the historical perspective of our misery? Who is the bearer of happiness, man, his history, or God? The topic's extreme elasticity and problematic nature cannot make a contemporary philosopher comfortable. He can, however, enrich his outlook and place himself in dialogue with his time and the gains of the history of philosophy in its entirety, since happiness is not an affair for age cohorts, but a transversal and immortal philosophical concept. Every happiness, as the Italian philosopher Mariano Bianca would define it, is an expansion of existence and, at the same time, a process of felicitation. It acts a personal expansion that it vests, potentially in a virtuous way, the social sphere. It is recurrent nowadays in popular philosophizing to refer generically to a new humanism, as a recovery of notions that emphasize the importance of man, of his reference values, in search of a renewed harmony with his word. Nevertheless, is this his word alone? Moreover, is it only his present that counts? Perhaps in this excessive anthropocentrism, the new humanism needs to consider the coordinates that the best known humanism can still offer, especially that of the Italian 15th century. In this case, we want to take up Lorenzo Vallas de Vero Falsocque Bono as an evocative viewpoint on highly topical issues. Vallas' innovativeness lies in his thematization of Epicureanism in an entirely new way compared to the Middle Ages. Epicureanism would be no more a radical and repugnant earthliness, a form of denial of the otherworldly in favor of base and animal instincts. This is a theme in common with Dante, Boccaccio, for example, for whom Epicureanism is a form of atheism. The operation that interests Lorenzo Valla consists in a removal of the demonized characteristics of Epicureanism by the monastic exasperations of Stoicism, according to a dialectical vision interpreted very well, in our opinion, by Giovanni Gentile, as he sees Vallas' voluptate as a synthesis between the pleasure free from all restraints of custom and morality and the infinite sweetness of heavenly beatitude. Gentile finds Vallas innovative contribution genuine in that it makes sense of both extremes, showing them to be only apparently in contrast. Valla's De Vero Bono structure is in a tripartite dialogue. In the manner of Platonic dialogues, each character embodies a philosophical view. Cato Sacco argues that case for Stoicism. He contrasts with the poet Maffeo Veggio, who expresses the defense of Epicurus as a dialectical synthesis between the two antitheses, and stands the friar Antonio Darò as a celebrant of Christian happiness. What emerges substantially from the dialectical movement of the three characters, in this sense to be seen in a pseudo-Hegelian terms as figures because of synthesis, as Gentile suggests, is a critique of Stoic ethics on account of its accentuation of honestas, considered hostile to the senses. Voluptas, according to Valla, is a universally pursued well in every sphere of action. Therefore, it cannot be merely disqualified. With good reason, the theologian Jörg Lauster offers an essential key to understanding it. He says, the original aspect, however, does not lie in the knowledge of the power of the affections aimed at achieving pleasure, but in the judgment of this fact. Pleasure is a life-enriching force and therefore a reasonable conduct goal. Valla describes how the satisfaction of natural needs, such as the intake of food or the gratification of the sexual instinct, for example, contributes on a first step to the success of life. But it is not enough to stop here, according to the theologian Jörg Lauster, which we fully expose here anyway. Happiness offers its inner multidimensionality in the analogical relationship between the pleasure of the most immediate degree to pleasure in the purely spiritual sense. He observes how, on a second step, and always in their interest, men begin to compare goods and know how to give up the enjoyment of sensible pleasure in favor of spiritual joy. The third archetypal character, Antonio Darò, acts as a synthesis, proposing a harmonious balance between honestas and voluptas. Both, for Valla, are founded in divine creation and therefore are not opposable. The enjoyment of life is a gift from God and is therefore honest. The ultimate balance, index, happiness in the most prudent moral sense will take place in the afterlife, where, as Lauster says, the Christian is an Epicurean of a higher order. In this sense, Valla restores to the spiritual life its profoundly joyful components. The soul's progress towards heavenly voluptuousness is a motion of pleasure and joy. This is the resolutio questionis that resolves the altercatio, this is the Latin way to express it, between Stoicism and Epicureanism, which Valla exasperates with prose that is, moreover, delightful, according to the experience of the fine rhetorician that he was, that Lorenzo Valla was. The crucial point lies in the observation that it is neither sufficient for Valla to emphasize the earthly voluptas nor the otherworldly. The critical issue that the spiritual man is called upon to resolve is precisely in the insufficiency of each. Giovanni di Napoli, one of Valla's sharpest interpreters, writes, the voluptas of the Christian as the one who professes a spiritualistic conception of reality and life could, to a certain extent, accompany the present life. Still, it could not be taken in this life as the absolute, in such a way that the Stoic demands of honestas and the Epicurean demands of voluptas are not defeated in the battle. The one who is defeated, and irremediably, is philosophy itself, as an exasperation of the human attempt, outside of Christianity, to configure and ruin itself either as superhuman or as infrahuman. In the vast panorama landscape of historiographical criticism regarding Lorenzo Valla, some maintain that the core of his real vision lies in his spasmodic defense of Epicureanism, disguised as producing a Christian synthesis only to avoid severe repression by the church. Leaving aside this doubt, which will cheer historical gossip, but not take us far from a theoretical point of view, we agree with Tommaso Perrone and Simone Guslandi when they argue that the total gain of De Vero Bono is essentially tied to a double crossroads. On the one hand, in reconstructing the link between the Christian way and pleasure, a notion that only passes through accordance with God's will. The other side, which we consider to be of particular interest in contemporary times, lies in the controversial act, in the dismissal of the role of emotion in the concrete act of existence, in the positivity of the concept of nature, in the radical rejection of hypocritical purities, in the condemnation of abstract and static thinking and asceticism that is not very concrete and at odds with the profound needs of human emotionality. Here we read a particular passage directly from Lorenzo Valla, which we believe to be particularly happy in the prose, from the words of Antonio da Rode, the third character, if we remember what we said before. He says, Lorenzo Valla, you will ask, what do all these magnificences do to me? They were created so that in contemplating these sublime things and fabricated for your good, you might know yourself, elevate your mind, and not humiliate the dignity so great of your nature. If our mind, enclosed in its limbs, is not capable of very things that are subject to the eyes, how much less is it capable of those things that do not fall under the eyes of another sense? We're near to the ontology of the sacred. I just underlined this passage. If a man cannot train himself to the good through the gifts of sensible pleasures, how will he come to understand the subsequent and greater importance of the invisible good? And at the same time, how will he understand the meaning of sensible pleasures if he does not know how to place them to the degree of bliss that gradually leads to the beauty and happiness of participating in a divine plan? The extreme topicality of Valla's theme consists precisely of the unresolved tension between Stoicism and Epicureanism, in which man still seems entangled. Reading Lorenzo Valla today should be an exercise in rediscovering the third moment that contains and overcomes the two presumed oppositions. The lesson we could draw today from the dialectical movement praiseworthily expressed by De Vero Bono is represented by the need not to imagine happiness as a mere redemption of the body in antithesis with the contemplation of the principles of existence. As a Western civilization, how far do we still have to go if we dare not to see ourselves in a bodily and spiritual wholeness beyond polarizations? When will we offer morality a deeper path than simply contrasting contemplation and ecstasy, immediacy and reason, happiness and sacrifice? It will be necessary to see in the smile of a man reborn to himself, that is, in the holiness of the child's playfulness, not only a man who recreates himself, who has fun, but a man who is in sympathy with creation. One hopes for a man who sees richness and not opposition in duality. If we could see, and here are my conclusions, if we could see the mirror of joy that points to infinity in our moments of light enjoyment, we would understand that at the bottom of our being lies, since the foundation of the world, the same feeling. A feeling that connotes itself as religious in the most spiritual and vital sense possible, a kiss of the universe, as Schleiermacher puts it, in which it forms to itself its contemplators and its admirers, which for us, in our case, in my study, are both Stoics and Epicureans, and not only both men who mystically contemplate and men who powerfully desire, in the perspective of the divine beauty inaugurated by terrestrial happiness. Thank you.
Thank you very much, dear Simon Francesco, for your contribution and a very interesting topic. Please, dear colleagues, do you have any questions or comments? No comments for the moment. If you will have any questions further, please, you can use the chat. And just a small comment from myself. I believe that today's interpretation of eudaimonism, of the Aristotelian theory of eudaimonism, but in contemporary, from contemporary perspective, gives us a kind of holistic view of a person, because contemporary eudaimonism indeed combines classic eudaimonism with some elements of hedonism, so acceptance of human body, physical pleasures and needs. Thank you very much again. If there are no more questions, maybe you would like to comment, please.
You talk with me?
No comments, nothing else, maybe.
I only would like to thank you for this last observation of yours, and I will listen to other colleagues with pleasure and happiness as well. Thank you.
Yes, indeed, we produce happiness here by joining the conference and by communicating with colleagues working on happiness problem. Thank you very much, and I'm inviting the next speakers. Actually, that is the group of co-authors, our colleagues from Spain. Please, if I make any mistake in pronunciation, let me know. Maria Sendan Castillo, doctoral student, University of A Coruña, Spain. Isabel Novocorti, professor, University of A Coruña, Spain. And Jose Picatoste, assistant professor, University of A Coruña, Spain. Dear colleagues, do you hear me?
Yeah, thank you.
Yes, I can see you and hear you, please.
Okay, I'm going to share the screen. Give me only 1 minute. Okay.
Yes, we can see the screen.
Yeah, you can see it? Okay. Okay, 1 minute. Okay, so first of all, thank you so much for the opportunity to share this research with all of you. The title of the paper is Civil Economy, Social Engagement, and Teaching Procedures at Higher Education Institution for Sustainable Economic Development. Wait. Yeah. First of all, to deepen the objective of the research, we think that it's necessary to make a brief context about the world in which we live and the changes that the current economy model is undergoing. So the eruption of new technologies, the increasing importance of conscious decisions for the sake of achieving sustainability, and maybe the introduction of quality variables such as empathy to define people's behavior model are an example. The concept of sustainable development first coined by Brundtland in 1987 and has seen numerous declarations of intent and advancements toward a more caring and environmentally committed society. The United Nations has been at the forefront of these efforts, as exemplified by the Millennium Development Goals and the more recent Sustainable Development Goals set out in the 2030 Agenda. Over the past few decades, a more comprehensive outlook on sustainability has emerged, and placing people at the center of the analysis and linking the pursuit of well-being with that of sustainability. So as a result, social sustainability has begun to be acknowledged as one of the 3 pillars of sustainability, as proclaimed in the Brundtland report. This development highlights the pressing need for sustainable development to be both sustained and inclusive. And as we move towards the future, it's imperative that we ensure sustainable development is carried out in a just and equitable manner, leaving no one behind. In line with this discourse, the United Nations has proposed, under the leadership of Amartya Sen, the use of the Human Development Index as a more accurate gauge than the per capita gross domestic product, or GDP, and in evaluating a country's level of development. So, however, the pursuit of sustainable, sustained and inclusive development goes beyond the purview of international organization. It necessitates individual commitment and engagement. The benefits of this new vision must be internalized, not only for the betterment of society, but also for the cultivation of personal well-being and happiness, leading to increased commitment and overall this happiness topic. So in these times, the primary objective of the economic system has been the pursuit of macroeconomic growth and the maximization of individual benefits within the microeconomic sphere. So unfortunately, this approach has resulted in a decline in both social and environmental well-being, necessitating the adoption of more sustainable economic policies. And this is the civil economy model, who is one such alternative that advocates a shift in behavior towards prioritizing social well-being without sacrificing individual satisfaction within the context of sustainable development. Cooperation over competition, or reciprocal rationality over economic rationality, and a commitment to the common good are the key pillars of this new paradigm. So, however, what motivates economic agents to prioritize collective well-being over individual interest? The answer lies in social awareness, a crucial tool for fostering commitment to a paradigm shift that champions social well-being. Social awareness refers to the ability of individuals to comprehend the complexity of social problems and possible solutions, and to acquire the commitment to collective actions to address them. So to bring about a change in behavior that supports the pillars of the civil economy, individuals must understand social reality and embrace values that promote social well-being and happiness as a means to achieving personal satisfaction. Such an understanding is fundamental to creating a more sustainable economic system that benefits society as a whole. Therefore, one of the main needs for change falls on the behavior model that sustains our current economic model, that is, economic rationality. In the figure of the economic man, this concept understands that people always act maximizing their own benefit in a selfish way. So how can we verify this behavior and the search for sustainability are not compatible? Concern for future generations introduce an empathy variable that breaks with the model. The main current proposals are based now on a new rationality known as reciprocal rationality, or the model called the homo reciprocans. This model, the reciprocal man, has a natural tendency to cooperate and reciprocate with others. So this concept is derived from the idea of reciprocal rationality, and is based on the premise that human beings are not only selfish and utility maximizing beings, but also have a strong sense of reciprocity and cooperation in their social interaction. So greater willingness to cooperate with others, sometimes even at the cost of his own immediate interest, if he believes this will lead to long-term mutual benefit. An increased ability to recognize social norms and behavior patterns that encourage cooperation and reciprocity is another characteristic of this new model based in the reciprocal rationality. So, to reinforce reciprocal rationality, education is a key. And we are going to share our investigation results about this point. The quest for a new economic model that places the individual at the heart of its priorities necessitates keeping economic agents well informed about their society. So a deep and empathetic understanding of the main opportunities and challenges of one's local and global environment is essential. Ignorance of these socioeconomic issues can render them invisible or resulting in an increase in inequalities and unhappiness. And it is therefore imperative that future policymakers possess reliable knowledge of their professional environment, enable them to act responsibly and with commitment to achieving a sustainable and inclusive economic model. University students represent the future generation of professionals who must develop a critical social awareness that informs problem identification and decision-making with the individual as the focal point. Through the lens of political economy, students gain a comprehensive understanding of how resources are produced, distributed, and utilized within a society, the role of legal regulations, and their impact on people. Understanding political economy is therefore critical in the design and implementation of effective economy, legal and political strategies that promote sustainable and just development. Within the framework of the subject, economy, accounting, and principles of the company, taught in the first year of the degree in law, the learning and service methodology has been implemented. What is service learning? Service learning, this is the methodology that we use to make the investigation. It's an educational proposal that combines community service with learning in a single project, and in which people are trained to work and improve the real needs of the environment. We'll see the first objective, the general objective of the project was focused on promoting knowledge of the different realities that encompass the various selected socioeconomic problems of the city of A Coruña. And from the development of an awareness campaign, the students work from different perspectives, then multiple voices of problems such as unemployment, access to housing, poverty, or loneliness in the elderly, among others. The final result has been the elaboration of different outputs that are part of the education campaign for global citizen that is called Voices with Rights, that in our language is Voces con Derechos. The specific objectives of the project have focused, first of all, on disseminating the work carried out by the different social entities of A Coruña to the general population through the awareness campaign with a double format, online and face-to-face. So secondly, we sought to understand the role of law in the socioeconomic problems worked by the entities, thus creating a university community co-responsible for the protection of human rights from their future professional positions. Lastly, the objective was to promote the concern of young people for sustainability, generating fairer societies that are committed to achieving the Sustainable Development Goals. So, Voices with Rights, or Voces con Derechos, is a project that begins in September 2021 and is coinciding with the beginning of the teaching of the subject in which it's framed. 180 students, more or less, of the degree in law know the learning and service methodology during the first weeks, and then the students are divided into work groups in order to facilitate organization. So each group is assigned a social entity from the city and a socioeconomic problem with which they will grow throughout the semester. The first 3 weeks of the course, students investigate the assigned socioeconomic problem, and from the explanation of research tools within the framework of the 2030 agenda, the first result that will be incorporated into the information panels is generated that the document supervised work. It incorporates the key data and the situation of the problem in the city, and it's structured in a presentation format. In groups, its content is shared throughout an oral presentation so that the entire classroom knows the different problems and has a map of the socioeconomic needs of A Coruña. From the 3 pillars of sustainability, economic, social, and environment, the following socioeconomic realities are worked on. First of all, poverty and inequality. Second, unemployment. Third, migration. 4, health and care. 5, living place. And 6, environment. And 7, prisons. In order to bring the problem work closer to the students, the first visit to the entities is made. In it, the people responsible for the entity present their main projects and how they work to reduce the impact of each of the problems. So more than 100 of the participant students attend the first visit, and in total, 15 more or less visits are made to the different entities. At the end of the visit, one of the entities offers the possibility of participating in one of the activities. So some of the students who attend the visit also attend to some of these activities. With all this information, obtain the document supervisory work, and it includes the key data of the entity as well as its main project. So those related to the assigned socioeconomic problem are selected. The students turn in different photographs of their own data in a creative way, so reflect the reality they are knowing. The photographs collected throughout the project are compiled in the brochure book, financed by one of the institution of the university. So finally, on the second visit, each group records the audiovisual material that will lead to the podcast. That is a video of between 5 and 7 minutes in which the students must synthesize the key ideas of the assigned problem. With all of that, the data were obtained after applying 3 surveys. We ask all the students and the participants in 3 phases of the project: first, the initial stage; second, the intermediate stage; and a final evaluation. So we can have a lot of data to manage our investigation and the impact of all of this kind of education of methodology in the reciprocal rationality of our students. So the results show an increase in social awareness on the part of the students and a greater understanding of the content related to sustainability. I see on the screen, you can see the results of the last survey that we did, that 100% of the students value their participation in the project very positively, considering that their knowledge of the closest socioeconomic problems has improved a lot, 50% of them. And 55% of the sample affirm that their vision of the social reality work has changed a lot, and only the other 40% quite a lot. So they state that they have learned more in depth about the socioeconomic variables that affect social reality, thus being more aware of the problem. We did a second qualitative analysis that shows that values such empathy, social justice attitudes, problem-solving skills, or teamwork have been reinforced through knowledge of the different groups and direct contact with them. They allege that it's not the same to know problems on a theoretical level than to give them a face and a voice. And in the second question that we did, one of the questions that is for us more important to the qualitative analysis, the students claim to have obtained a greater awareness of the situation of people in different realities. And they understand that society is still unaware, because they say literally people think that by recycling, they already contribute to sustainable development, but there is much more that society can do to achieve it. And in conclusion, they understand that we live in a time in which the processes are increasingly accelerated and in which it is increasingly necessary to make people aware. So the knowledge of different realities through the voices of its protagonists has generated a change in the social awareness of the participants. To the questions that we made in the survey, what voice has impacted you the most of all the ones you have interviewed, or why? The entire student body highlights the impact of the experience of people, such as the technical staff of the entities for the activities, listening or volunteering, for their empathy and solidarity. They say that they are people of our age who invest their time in those people who need it. So it's something very noble. And in turn, knowing the life history of the project user has helped them. And they say, realize how lucky we are for the family I have and the life I lead. Thanks to it, that people we met have not had the same support of the same resource. There are some of the opinions that they talk about it in the survey. So knowing people of a similar age and educational level involved in social change has led several students to become actively involved. once the project has finished in the different social entities in the area. They conclude that seeing reality up close impacts more than you imagine. So to conclude, in conclusion about all our investigation, that is the first step that we made, is the first survey that we analyzed with a qualitative analysis, and we are going to do another one on May to know if this impact is a long impact or it's only in the short period of time. And we are going to ask again to the same students 1 year after the participation of this program to know how the impact is going on in their lives. So the research results show that a holistic higher education where students obtain a deeper understanding of reality and is vital for the future professional to make decisions with an impact in order to achieve a more sustainable and fair model. Social awareness, which will influence in the decisions and strategies taken by future professionals, is enhanced by empirical and personal knowledge of the closed reality. Specifically, the results obtained show that the learning approach should be extended to the development of skills such as empathy or teamwork, so that future professionals are aware of the complexity of socioeconomic problems and their role in change. So in this sense, it's suggested that higher education should focus on developing skills and knowledge that go beyond specific disciplines and encourage the development of critical skills and analytical thinking to address social and economic problems more effectively. All of this will make it possible to improve professionalism and promote a paradigm shift concerning social positioning and the commitment of individuals in particular and of society in general. So thank you so much for your attention. I'm here I'm so glad to listen to your opinions and to comment. Thank you so much.
Thank you, dear Maria, for a very interesting presentation, for sharing your research. Dear colleagues, do you have any questions or comments? You are welcome to formulate them, articulate them.
Thank you. I'm Lucy. I want to ask the speaker that the relationship, the causal relationship between poverty and inequality. What are you trying to, the results you are trying to get from these two concepts? Is it the case that poverty causes inequality, or is just a side-by-side concept that we have to look at the relationship?
Sorry, I have a problem with the sound. I can hear a lot. Maybe.
Well,
maybe
as far
my
as
problem.
I understand, the question is about correlation between poverty and inequality. In your research, do you consider the poverty causing inequality, or what is your perception? Dear Lucy, have I got it correctly, your question? Pretty much, right? Okay.
Okay, the question is what?
Correlation between poverty and inequality. Does poverty causes inequality, or what is your perspective in your research? Okay, in our research, we don't touch these things because we focus all the time in social awareness and the impact of education. So we don't do any quantitative methodology about what is the correlation of poverty or inequality. Maybe in another investigation we can do it. We can put the focus only in the point of the education effect of the reciprocal rationality, not to the other variables. The poverty, inequality, and these kind of problems that we talk about, there are the problems that the students have to investigate about it to know these problems, but not in a quantitative mood, if not more than talking to the people that are living in the street and suffering these kind of problems, but not in an economic way. Okay, thank you. Are there any more questions or comments?
I would like to ask Maria,
Please.
what is your organization participation in the project? You find some student, you find some power people, you find some problems, you choose the most important problems. What is your role in this?
Okay, I'm the person who create the project and talk to the entities, and I'm the teacher of the subject with another of my companies that is here, that is Shose, maybe it's here, yeah, there. So I'm doing all of the project because I was working in social things like entities like Red Cross, so I have the contacts too. And I want to make an impact project with the subject, so I write it and I execute it and I evaluate it with all my team that they are always there.
Okay. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you.
Thank you. Are there any more questions or comments? Well, if not, then thank you again, dear Maria, for your contribution and interesting presentation. And actually, our multidisciplinary conference allows us to dive into philosophical, theoretical reflections, then switch to empirical data and analysis, and then back. So it's very interesting to listen to the different topics and different aspects of happiness problem. Thank you very much again, and I'm inviting the next speakers, co-authors from Sri Lanka. Welcome Irania Disanayake, senior lecturer, Vayamba University of Sri Lanka, and Anuradha Idagoda, PhD, senior lecturer, University of Sri Javardhanepura. If I pronounced it in a wrong way, please let me know how it should be pronounced correctly.
Javardhanepura. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Please, you're welcome for presentation.
Thank you, Professor. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear and see you.
Okay, I will share the presentation.
Yes, we see the presentation.
Greetings from Sri Lanka. I am Hiranya Disanayake, senior lecturer attached to Vayamba University of Sri Lanka. Today, initially, I will be grateful to giving this opportunity to present at Prestige Conference, 4th International Scientific Conference, Happiness and Contemporary Society. Human beings in the world, the main objective is happiness. And the organization's objective is sustainability. Organization consists human beings. When human beings are happy, organization can achieve their objective, that is sustainability. This is really important area in the today's context. Therefore, our research topic is happiness and sustainability, a bibliometric analysis. My second author is Dr. Anuradha Idagoda from University of Sri Javardhanepura. Today, we are presenting our research based on 5 main subheadings: introduction, objectives, methodology, analysis, and finally, limitations and future research. First, I will go through the introduction of the study. Do you know, before 2 years back, 2020, COVID-19 has originated and psychological problems are increased all over the world. According to the OECD reports, Gallup reports shows that there is an increase in psychological issues. In this context, it is important to reduce these psychological problems. You know, today also, Sri Lanka, we are facing bankruptcy situation. I know that Ukraine, your country also facing war situation. In this context, we also face this problem of happiness. When we can increase the happiness, according to this eudaimonic tradition, we will fulfill our values, meaning, worth, authenticity, and excellence. When we achieve this happiness, we can achieve the organizational objectives, that is, economic, environmental, and social sustainability. This area is really important to discuss in this today's context, but there is a dearth of studies in this area. In addition, it is really important to consider the literature review related to this area. To fill this empirical gap, we have conducted a thorough bibliometric analysis to examine the literature related to happiness and sustainability. The main objective of this study are, initially we examine the trend of publication, next highly cited authors, next highly cited sources and highly cited countries and frequently used keywords, lastly future research opportunities. We adopt the methodology of bibliometric analysis, and then we select the database Scopus. Scopus is a more extensive database with quality papers. And then we use keywords happiness and sustainability. We include only English language articles and we exclude 2023 articles. Software we use BiblioShiny software. It is a comprehensive analysis software. This is our database information. The first article published in this area is 1992, and then there are 305 sources, 461 documents, there are 1,135 authors, and 28,095 references available. Now we will move to discuss one by one objectives. First objective is to examine the trend of publications. You can see in this diagram, there is a slow growth related to the happiness and sustainability area. But you can see there is an increase in this trend from 2017. It's a continuous trend, and the maximum increase in 2020, that is 66 publications. That is the peak. Then after 2020, 21, 22 also have more than 60 papers. This is mainly due to increase in the psychological problems faced by the society due to the COVID-19 pandemic, and the people are discussing more on happiness area. Then next is the examine the highly cited authors in this area. In this slide shows that the highest cited authors in this area, and then the highest cited author is the Jackson. He wrote a book and he has highest number of citations. And Brown and Carter also have the second highest number of citations. Next, we consider the highly cited sources related to the happiness and sustainability area. Accordingly, you can see the book Prosperity Without Growth, Economics for a Finite Planet is the highest cited book in this area. And then Social Indicator Research is the second one. And then according to the number of publications, highest number of publications with the Sustainability Journal. Then next, I will explain about highly cited countries in this area. You can see in this country map illustrate how the countries publish papers related to happiness and sustainability. In this country map, you can see the dark blue color represent highest number of publications, and then light blue color represent low number of publications, and then gray color represent 0 publication. And then you can see there is a dearth of publications in this area to be filled by the future researchers. Next, the most cited countries, you can see the USA, Canada are the most cited countries in this area. Next, I will invite Anuradha Idagoda to present the remaining section of our presentation.
Thank you, Hiranya. Let me talk about the fifth research objective, that is to examine the frequently used keywords related to happiness and sustainability. So when we move to the next slide. So in this slide, which is related to objective 5, so the word cloud is there. We have created this word cloud based on keyword analysis. So the main keywords are sustainable development, well-being, quality of life, subjective well-being, life satisfaction, and environmental sustainability. So these are the main keywords or mostly cited keywords. So when we move to the next slide, which is research objective 6, Hiranya, can you move to the next slide? Research objective 6, to recommend future research opportunities related to happiness and sustainability. We have explained using a thematic analysis. So thematic analysis based on a development degree and relevance degree. So based on the degree of development and relevance, there are 4 themes. You can see niche themes, motor themes, emerging or declining theme, and basic theme. So under in the motor theme, development degree and the relevance degree is high. So there you can see economic growth, environmental stability, health, climate change, technology, Buddhism, sustainable development, sustainability indicators, gross national happiness, happiness indicate, and Bhutan are the key words. So or the key research areas. So from these research areas, as well as by going through the top most cited research articles, we have identified some research gaps. Those research gaps we have elaborated under next slide. So can you move to next slide? So the research gaps we have identified, as I said, from the motor themes as well as from the 10 most cited articles. The first research gap is unavailability of a comprehensive measurement tool to measure the happiness level. The second research gap we have identified, there is no empirical evidence in the area of happiness and sustainability research. Third, there is no theoretical and empirical evidence on the moderating effect of religiosity and spirituality on the relationship between happiness and sustainability. When we move to the next slide, that is limitations and future research. So we have limited our study to Scopus database. And we have some sort of limitations to keywords and more cited articles like that. So we could have done our studies in bibliometric analysis, in bibliometric coupling, or etc. So that will be a future research. So we can say it is better to include bibliometric networking techniques such as co-citation and bibliometric coupling, which we haven't done for this study. And it is better to integrate more keywords, including spirituality, religiosity, to extend this research. That is another future research. So to wrap up, today Hiranya and myself talked about introduction of the study, objectives, methodology, data analysis results, and discussion limitations of the study, and last but not least, future research. So I take this opportunity to thank all the committee members and the conference chair of this reputed and very valuable as well as very important conference. And this is a picture of Sri Lanka. Ukraine also a beautiful country in Europe, and all the other European countries, I know definitely they are beautiful, and I have been in Sweden and Poland physically. So all those countries are beautiful. So we as Sri Lankans, our country is an island nation situated in the Indian Ocean. So when you have time, I invited you all to please visit Sri Lanka and meet me and my research colleague as well. So I thank once again for this panel and the organizing committee, as well as for all the participants of this conference. Thank you.
Thank you very much, dear colleagues, for your contribution to the conference, for sharing interesting data, for beautiful presentation. Does anyone have any questions? Pani Tatiana,
sorry. Maybe I understand wrong, but at your conclusion, you told that you do not find any article which is collect sustainable development, sustainability and happiness. But I think that after this conference, you find so much articles which is in which this two noun is related.
Let me answer you. I'm telling this with all due respect to you, because I do respect your view, but we have selected the Scopus Index database. So from that, we have identified most cited articles. So from that context, or within that framework, we have identified a research gap, or 3 research gaps mainly in those areas. So that is the context that we have selected the Scopus in database articles. So I think Hiranya also has some things to express about that.
Thank you, ma'am, for your comment. Actually, we don't say there's no any article related to the happiness and sustainability. This literature review include 143 papers related to the this area. I told that there's a dearth of studies because some areas there's no articles published. That's why there is articles, ma'am. Thank you so much.
Yes, I agree, because we have actually the problem with Scopus publication in Ukraine. So it's not a very easy task to do. And yes. Well, indeed, we do not have many of them. They do exist, I mean, in general, on different topics, but well, definitely in the case of specific keywords, topics, well, probably there is a problem, there is a gap to fill.
One little comment. Before this conference, I write very much about sustainable development, sustainability, stable, and I do not write anything about happiness. Maybe now I will correct all this problem and include the 2 terms together, and maybe I mixed a little bit your statistics.
Okay. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much.
It would be really great, and indeed happiness and sustainable development are really connected, right? Because what are all these tasks of sustainable development? Finally, that is for creating the conditions of a happy life conditions for a person to live a fulfilled life and accomplish oneself. So indeed, we should work in this area more.
Yes.
And I have to say something about regarding the Scopus Index database articles in the Sri Lankan context. Also, we have a dearth, especially in the management and social science area. We have a huge lacking areas because we find even we have to write more articles and publish those in the Scopus Index databases. So thank you for both ladies.
Thank you.
Thank you as well. Pani Tatiana, do you have any more comment or question? Okay, does anyone have more questions or comments? Well, in this case, we will move to the next speaker. Thank you very much, dear colleagues. And let me see. Okay, the next speaker, according to the program, hasn't joined us, so I will move forward and invite for presenting the next topic, Lucy Happiness Ohanuma, Dominican University, Samonda, Nigeria. Lecturer of Aristotelian Logic and Aristotelian Philosophy of Nature at the Department of Philosophy. So please, dear colleague, welcome for presentation. Unfortunately, we do not hear you. I think that our colleague is not connected at the moment. Yes, she's disconnected. Maybe some problems with internet or some other technical issues, because I definitely saw her, but now she's not here. Okay, so we will move to the next speaker, and we move to the Ukrainian speaking language. However, if previous speakers will manage to join, we will get back then. Тож ми переходимо, оскільки немає наступних англомовних спікерів, переходимо до україномовних спікерів. І я з радістю представляю наступних спікерів. Одну секунду. Тому що потрібно рухатися трошки нижче. Отже, запрошуємо до слова Ольгу Красницьку, кандидата педагогічних наук, доцента кафедра суспільних наук Гуманітарного інституту Національного університету оборони України імені Івана Черняховського, Київ, Україна.
Дякую, пані Уляно. Вітаю всіх учасників такої унікальної конференції та глядачів YouTube-каналу. Дуже рада приєднатися до обговорення питання щастя, оскільки це той стан, те відчуття, у якому, я впевнена, бажає перебувати кожна людина. І кожен хоче почувати себе щасливим і знайти в житті саме те, що робить його щасливим. Сьогодні до вашої уваги хочу представити свої погляди щодо того, як стати щасливим у нашій з вами науковій діяльності. І саме як викладач риторики, який готує викладачів, науковців, ад'юнктів до ораторської діяльності, хочу поговорити з вами про самоздійснення викладача у процесі ораторської діяльності. Думаю, що Ви всі погодитеся зі мною, що більшість із нас хочуть знайти своє місце в житті, ту улюблену справу, у якій могли б розкрити всі свої потенційні можливості та досягнути значного успіху, набути відповідного статусу і відкрити для себе світле майбутнє. Ми повсякчас ставимо з вами цілі, які стосуються передусім саме нас, і реалізовуємо їх. Ми мріємо і здійснюємо власні мрії. Водночас існує професія, у якій людина працює не лише для себе, а насамперед якраз для блага інших. Це професія викладача, який покликаний підготувати майбутнє держави, її інтелектуальний капітал, висококваліфікованих фахівців, забезпечити їх перепідготовку і підвищення кваліфікації і озброїти такими знаннями і вміннями, які допоможуть їм реалізувати найвищі цілі і стати корисними для суспільства та держави. Нещодавно, відкривши книгу Стівена Кові «7 звичок надзвичайно ефективних людей», я знайшла дуже прекрасну його фразу, що навіть великий психолог Абрахам Маслоу наприкінці свого життя вважав, що щастя, повнота життя і внесок у наступні покоління важливіші за самоактуалізацію. Для мене викладач – це лідер. І лідер, який сміливо поривається назустріч невідомому, відкриває його для своїх слухачів і запрошує разом із собою в майбутнє. Це творець, який реалізовує власний проєкт життя і допомагає створити та втілити такий проєкт іншим. Це провідник, який відкриває непізнані горизонти для слухачів, показує їм вершини, яких вони можуть досягнути, і занурює у глибини знань, необхідних для цього. Викладач – це той, хто на власному прикладі демонструє шлях самореалізації, особистісного і професійного зростання, розвитку якраз свого потенціалу, досягнення акме та самоздійснення. Це людина, яка з одного боку здійснює всеохоплюючий, а з іншого боку точковий вплив на аудиторію, з якою працює, перед якою виступає, яка слухає його, можливо, відеокурси, відеолекції або будь-які публічні виступи. І ораторська діяльність є ключовим елементом викладання, освітньої і наукової діяльності. Я б навіть сказала, що вони без ораторської діяльності просто неможливі. Тому що ораторська діяльність реалізується через публічні виступи викладача і представляє собою таку собі динамічну систему цілей, мотивів, засобів і дій оратора. Ораторська діяльність водночас відкриває викладачу широкі можливості для презентації і донесення своїх ідей, поглядів, думок, розробок, результатів наукових розвиток, реалізації проєктів, залучення, до речі, слухачів до спільної діяльності, можливості для поширення своїх знань широкій спільноті і можливості стати тією рушійною силою, яка змінила чиєсь життя. Через публічні виступи викладач здійснює інформаційний, емоційний, когнітивний, психологічний і поведінковий вплив на цільову аудиторію. Ораторська діяльність є засобом особистісного та професійного самоздійснення викладача. У процесі її викладач розкриває себе з різних боків. Він показує себе як особистість, як професіонала, як лідера, як оратора і цікавого співрозмовника. Давайте пригадаємо, що недаремно Сократ говорив: «Заговори, щоб я тебе побачив». Публічний виступ відкриває викладача для інших, а його знання, його погляди, цінності стають надбанням аудиторії, з якою він працює. У процесі ораторської діяльності викладач переводить, я б так сказала, свої внутрішні інтенції у зовнішнє вираження. Він дає змогу слухачам відчути інтенційну спрямованість його думки. І у процесі ораторської діяльності викладач формує навколо себе унікальний інформаційний та емоційний простір, де відбувається професійний розвиток, особистісне зростання, переведення можливостей у дійсність і створення чогось нового. І саме тому ефективність ораторської діяльності визначається результатом досягнення цілей через публічні виступи, через вплив на свідомість, розум, почуття і поведінку слухачів, через зроблені ними дії і, звичайно, змінами в особистісному та професійному розвитку як аудиторії, з якою працює викладач, так і самого оратора. І через ораторську діяльність також викладач розкриває свої потенційні можливості як освітянина і науковця. Він досягає цілей в освітньо-науковій діяльності і виявляє внутрішню відповідність образу педагогічної професії. Він демонструє свої професійні здобутки, свої професійні цінності і відданість своїй справі та аудиторії, з якою він працює. Хочу зазначити, що, на мою думку, справжні і кращі викладачі не просто віддані своїй справі. Вони люблять свою роботу, вони отримують задоволення від неї і насолоджуються і процесом, і результатами. Вони працюють за покликанням. І як дуже влучно зазначає Олег Хміляр у своїх наукових працях, що головним джерелом нашого щастя є справа нашого життя, яку ми робимо легко, із задоволенням, радістю і любов'ю. Нещодавно, відкривши книгу Річарда Темплера «Правила кар'єри», я знайшла дуже гарну в нього фразу, що вам доведеться працювати набагато більше, ніж будь-кому з ваших колег. Вони можуть заспокоїтись, ви – ні. Вони можуть дозволити собі попуститися і розслабитися, а ви – ні. І для того, щоб іти вперед і вгору, ви маєте бути на 100% віддані справі. Ви не можете ані на секунду дозволити собі випустити з поля зору вашу мету. У вас не буває вільного часу, не буває тайм-аутів, ви не тиняєтеся без діла, не робите неправильних рухів, помилок і випадкових відхилень від сценарію. Тому викладач, який знайшов своє покликання в освітньо-науковій та ораторській діяльності, якраз зосереджений на своїх цілях, він відповідальний за свої стосунки, ставлення і проявляє себе у творінні з великою життєвістю. Покликання робить його динамічнішим і виразнішим, і справжнім, і цілісним. У процесі ораторської діяльності, на мою думку, викладач віддає всього себе слухачам. Ви знаєте, він начебто тотожнюється з образом Фенікса, оскільки розчиняється у своїй аудиторії, з якою працює. А позитивне мислення та спрямованість на результат заряджатимуть його енергією. Вони готують викладача до зустрічі з різного роду випробуваннями, вони закладають віру в себе та успіх своєї діяльності, підвищують активність викладача і навчають отримувати радість навіть із маленьких успіхів і можливостей кожного публічного виступу. Тому ораторська діяльність тримає в тонусі викладача, вона його спонукає розвиватися, щоб бути у тренді. А пізнання викладачем себе та аудиторії, з якою він працює, перед якою він виступає, збагачує насамперед його самого. У процесі ораторської діяльності викладач постійно стикається з новими завданнями, з новими викликами. Чому? Тому що елементарно, кожен публічний виступ є інакшим, або за змістом, або за тематикою, або за потенційними слухачами. І навіть промова на одну й ту ж саму тему в різних слухацьких аудиторіях потребує врахування їхніх особливостей і вже застосування інших методів, прийомів, технік, побудови іншої стратегії і тактики публічного виступу і добору актуального матеріалу для конкретної аудиторії. А потреби, інтереси та запити слухачів, на які, я впевнена, реагує викладач, і він зобов'язаний реагувати на них, щоб отримати результат, вони якраз підказують йому напрями розвитку, поглиблення знань, відкриття для інших нових горизонтів у вже відомому, або ж розкриття непізнаного як для себе, так і для слухачів. Також провокують викладача на створення нових освітніх продуктів і нового навчального контенту. Потреби та запити слухачів якраз спонукають викладача до беззупинного творчого пошуку, до навчання і, можна навіть так сказати, до пізнання такого ще не пізнаного до кінця світу. Ораторська діяльність є потужним засобом з одного боку розвитку і самовдосконалення викладача, а з іншого якраз вираження, розкриття і творчості. І таким чином ми можемо сказати, що розвиток, потенційний рух до нових вершин і самореалізація, виявлення своєї індивідуальності, водночас інтелектуальне, емоційне, духовне і професійне збагачення інших, і відбувається особистісне та професійне самоздійснення викладача у процесі ораторської діяльності. Дякую всім за увагу. Якщо є запитання, буду дуже рада на них відповісти. І бажаю кожному працювати за покликанням, розчинятися у своїй діяльності, реалізовувати в ній свій безмежний потенціал, отримувати насолоду від неї і ґрунтовні результати. Почувати себе завжди легко, з усмішкою долати перешкоди та відчувати себе щасливим.
Дуже дякуємо, пані Ольго, за дуже цікаву доповідь. І справді, ви знаєте, зокрема, ми, дослідники щастя, справді ті люди, які надихаються своєю роботою і, власне, працею і отримують від цього процесу задоволення. Дуже дякуємо. Шановні колеги, чи є запитання?
Так, у мене є запитання, якщо
Так, будь ласка.
можна. Я єдине хотіла так для себе визначити, тому що доповідач дуже часто звертався до такого поняття, як публічний виступ, але, скажімо так, я не відчула різницю, а мені здається, вона є, між публічним виступом та академічним виступом, тому що ще з часів античності ми говоримо про те, що є різні види виступу і, відповідно, цілі будуть переслідуватися різні. Відтак, чи не дуже широко ми беремо в такому випадку завдання викладача, враховуючи, визначаючи його діяльність як просто публічний виступ?
Дякую, пані Надія, за влучне запитання. Хочу зазначити, що загалом публічний виступ – це офіційний виступ викладача як оратора. Викладач у нас постає в ролі оратора, оскільки він постійно виступає публічно, і він виступає з різними виступами. Він може виступати з лекцією, це, наприклад, інформаційний виступ для нього. Він може виступати з доповіддю на науковій конференції, чи, наприклад, з доповіддю на навчально-методичних зборах, там, з виступом на нараді. Він може виступати з презентацією, наприклад, свого підручника чи посібника. І, звичайно, кожен виступ буде, як ви сказали, переслідувати свої цілі. І водночас в кожному виступі викладач буде розкриватися. І через свій публічний виступ, незважаючи, там буде це лекція, чи доповідь на конференції, чи презентація книги, викладач буде, взаємодіючи з аудиторією, він буде досягати певних цілей, які він перед собою ставить. І водночас, враховуючи потреби, інтереси і запити аудиторії, реагуючи на них, він буде задовольняти не лише він буде реалізовувати не лише свої цілі, а й також допомагати слухачам досягати своїх цілей, тому що відомо, що слухачі приходять на ту ж лекцію або доповідь для того, зі своєю метою, для того, щоб отримати для себе щось нове.
Дякую. Ну, мені подобається ця думка, тому що викладач стає тоді, знаєте, таким універсальним солдатом, і це дуже, на мою думку, круто. Єдине, що, скажімо так, для мене, знову ж таки, я не висловлюю виключно свою думку, вона може йти в розріз вашої відповідної аудиторії. В мене все ж таки ось склалось відчуття, так як я займаюся, власне кажучи, викладацькою діяльністю, безпосередньо випускник кафедри логіки, РИТУР, відповідно, моя профільна спеціальність. Я б ставила завдання перед викладачем, це його обов'язкове пряме завдання як викладача, да, вміти пояснювати інформацію. Це не обов'язково, це прекрасний може бути оратор, так, я погоджуюсь з вами, але його основна функція вдало, влучно зацікавити, вміти поставити питання і, відповідно, вміти пояснити або допомогти знайти відповідь на це питання. І все інше, це як можуть бути допоміжні функції, але не основні. Тому от це моя, знову ж таки, позиція. Можливо, вона частково перегукується з вашою, але от я б виділила ось такий аспект.
Дякую, прекрасна доповідь.
Дякую за доповнення. Ну, хочу теж зазначити, що в залежності від того, з яким ми виступом виступаємо, ми ставимо, перед нами стоять свої завдання. Якщо це, звичайно, лекція, то викладач і пояснює, він і в будь-якому виступі він має зацікавити, він має і завоювати довіру, він має і управляти увагою аудиторії під час публічного виступу. Пояснює так, якщо це лекція, то, звичайно, воно доречне і воно потрібне. Плюс, так як ви сказали, запитання. Я про запитання взагалі, в мене навіть є окремі виступи про запитання, про те, що вони теж відіграють дуже важливу роль. Зокрема, у ораторській діяльності викладача, коли він працює зі слухацькою аудиторією в університеті, саме під час освітнього процесу. Він має і сам ставити запитання, і слухачів навчати, і ставити запитання, і відповідати. І через запитання під час лекції або іншого виступу він може залучити аудиторію до активного обговорення певних питань.
Дякую. Ну, в результаті наші думки збігаються.
Так.
По факту, так. Дякую за доповідь і відповіді. У мене по запитанням все. Дякую.
Дякуємо за запитання і відповідь. Будь ласка, колеги, чи є ще запитання або коментарі? Маємо ще коментар у чаті. Лілія Тютюнник пише: дуже гарний та емоційний виступ. Дякую. Чи є ще коментарі і запитання? Якщо немає, то зараз в нас буде англомовний спікер, наша колега з Нігерії, оскільки вона через технічні причини від'єдналася. І після того, пані Надія, ми вас будемо просити до слова, тобто ваша черга через одного спікера, маєте можливість підготуватися. And now we get back to English speaking speaker, and I'm presenting again because due to some technical issues, our speaker was disconnected. So we welcome Lucy Happiness Ohanuma, lecturer of Aristotelian logic and Aristotelian philosophy of nature at the Department of Philosophy, Dominican University, Samonda, Ibadan, Nigeria. Please welcome to present your topic. We do not hear you. Please turn on the microphone.
Actually,
Yes, thank you. Can you hear me now?
Yes, we hear both of you. So who will present? Who will make presentation?
Can you hear me? Good afternoon, good evening.
Good evening, dear Lucy. We hear you.
Yes, thank you. My topic is teaching happiness, strategies for promoting emotional intelligence and resilience in students to enhance their overall well-being in educational system. So I am proposing a new method of teaching happiness and including the concept of happiness as strategy for promoting balanced intelligence and resilience among our students. The old method of education is no longer sufficient to prepare our students for success in life in the world nowadays. So I am looking at a situation whereby happiness will be part of curriculum that we prepare our kids, prepare our students for emotional intelligence and resilience. So when students are able to recognize and control their own emotions and understand the emotion of others, they will be able to understand how to relate with their classmates and with the world, the surrounding environment. So education is no longer about only competence. It's not about intelligence, but now it's about how am I understanding my neighbor? How do I understand the emotions of others? And that is why in this paper, I would like to promote emotional intelligence and resilience as key concepts in the method of teaching happiness. What is emotional intelligence? Emotional intelligence is the ability to recognize and understand the student's emotion as well as the emotions of others. Okay. And resilience is the ability to bounce back and adapt in the face of stress or trauma. So a student who has good disposition to happiness will not accept defeat easily, but we find a way of dealing with his or her trauma, with his or her stress. So teaching has understanding of emotional intelligence. And what are the key skills involved in emotional intelligence and resilience? Number one, a student who has good disposition to happiness, the concept of happiness, we have a self-awareness of himself or herself, will be easily motivated to do good and to respect the others in the society, positive behavior, goals. And we have this issue of empathy, to empathize with others, to empathize with the environment, not to always cause pain and harm to others. So the keys involved in emotional intelligence are motivation, empathy, social skills, the ability to communicate positively, to build good relationships, and to work well with others. The world is becoming a global village. It is a global village. So there is that need for students in the educational world, in the school, to understand that there is something more that goes deeper than certificate, than competence, than intelligence. This person beside me deserves good life. I too deserve good life. So emotional intelligence and resilience, we help the students together in a global village, not to destroy the others, but to help others to identify the gifts, the talents that can promote globalization around us. Strategies, what are the strategies for promoting emotional intelligence and resilience? In the school, I propose here mindfulness practices. Mindfulness practices involve paying attention to others, to the present moment without non-judgmental awareness. Others to be I. So we have the second strategy, social positive psychology. Positive psychology, helps to promote positive emotions. Happiness, the concept of happiness, helps students to keep maintaining positive emotions, character strength, and resilience. What about social emotional learning programs? Social emotional learning programs focus on developing the social and emotional skills of individuals. So we are talking about peaceful coexistence in the global village. And why do we have to inculcate happiness in the school curriculum, for instance, in the educational system, to improve academic performance? Researchers have shown that teaching happiness in the classroom helps to improve academic performance, create positive emotions. It helps students to have better social skills and relationships. So teaching happiness can also help students to understand their social skills and relationships. Happy people tend to be more optimistic. Happy people are more friendly. Happy people can lead to better social interactions. It increases well-being and happiness. So it goes, happiness is beyond profit. It goes beyond gain, self-profit, self-gain. But happiness will help the students to understand and improve life satisfaction. So these are some of the benefits of teaching happiness in the school. And the conclusion is, in the light of the findings presented in this essay, it is clear clear that teaching happiness is an essential aspect of education. Some person said, you go to the church, you go to the mosque, you go to the synagogue to learn happiness. No, we are missing it. Happiness should be part of our essential aspect of education. By promoting emotional intelligence and resilience, educators can help students thrive both academically and emotionally. Therefore, it is important for educators to prioritize, to prioritize the inculcation of happiness, promoting strategies into their teaching practices to ensure well-being of their students. So by implementing these strategies, it will help students to develop the skills and resilience they need to engage and help themselves in the changing world. Thank you.
Thank you very much, dear colleague, for a very interesting and very current topic and very interesting presentation. Does anyone have questions? Please, dear colleagues, if you have, please raise your hand or just ask. Are there any questions or comments? Well, then I will ask just a short question. I would like to clarify, so what is the situation right now in Nigeria? Is happiness education included already in educational system, or partially, or at what stage you have this process? Because now in Ukraine we have actually the need to implement happiness education, teaching happiness at schools, and we are actually, as our organization, we launched a small project with particular schools to start the process to promote this question.
Yes, there is a course, peace and conflicts. So they are in Nigeria, the educators are trying to introduce peace and conflict resolution because of the conflicts going around in the world. And we don't want to thrive in conflict. We don't want to go to war. We don't want to invade. And so the educators are trying to make a course, peace and conflict, compulsory for every course taken in the university. So what I'm trying to now present to some of the educators is now to add happiness as a topic within that course, peace and conflict, because it will help us to achieve the holistic education of our youth in the changing world. So it's in the stage 1 of inculcating the concept of happiness. So with this, I'll be able to get more disciples to join me, so that we can have a team to start conscientizing, start going to schools to speak to them about this concept of happiness to the young people in various schools.
Mm-hmm. Okay, thank you very much. And one more question concerning happiness, the attitude towards happiness topic. Is there any difference in private and state educational institutions in Nigeria?
In Nigeria, the students that attend private institutions, they tend to understand the concept of happiness, fulfillment, respect for others, because the private institutions pay more attention to the total training of a student, of a child, because they can control the population. Unlike the public is passing, getting a certificate, let's push them forward. So this there is a dichotomy, there is a gap. So we are trying to see how we can bridge this gap. The students from the private schools are more relational, more humane, more emotionally balanced than the students from the public schools because of the population. We have more population in the public schools and less teachers to attend to their needs. their well-being.
Okay, thank you very much for your answer. Thank you for your contribution to the conference, and thank you for raising this very current question, as you see, not only for Nigeria, but for current situation in Ukraine as well. Thank you very much. Your ideas resonate with ours. And are there any more questions or comments? Please.
Yeah. I have been with the Ukrainians and with Ukraine because we have some of our friends who are there. So I'm very passionate about Ukraine, and we are really contributing to help some of our people over there. Some of the NGOs are trying. We pray for your country every day. We pray. So we are very close to our hearts. Okay, in this time of distress.
Thank you very much, and I would like to briefly share some of my personal experience, because for the 10 years I was teaching philosophy in English at our medical university, and I was teaching in English philosophy for international students, and I had many students, very many students from Nigeria, and I must say, indeed, that is with honesty, among other students from other countries, they were the smartest, the most persistent, and very positive, like personally. So indeed, I have connection as well, and sympathy towards Nigeria, because I had the great pleasure and the great honor to work with Nigerian medical students here in Ukraine. So thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you.
If there are no more questions, dear Lucy, please stop screen sharing. Thank you, and we get back to the Ukrainian next Ukrainian speaker. Тож ми переходимо до україномовного спікера і запрошуємо до слова Надію Савченко, кандидата філософських наук, старшого викладача кафедри філософії, біоетики та історії медицини Національного медичного університету імені Богомольця, Київ, Україна.
Дякую. Перш ніж я розпочну, буквально декілька слів подяки за можливість прийняти участь. Насправді, в такий час видається, що замислитись над щастям – це навіть трошечки аж занадто багато зусиль треба, але виявилося, і я дуже здивована, і мені дуже приємно, що я почула стільки прекрасних доповідей, і насправді більшість з них були такі різноманітні, різносторонні і зачіпали велику кількість сфер людського буття, скажімо так, що, тільки залишається, щоб бути щасливим і думати в цьому тільки напрямку. А зараз я спробую технічні засоби, сподіваюся, мені допоможуть.
І поки ви це робите, ми також хочемо подякувати вам і вашій кафедрі, яка, хочу наголосити, є співорганізатором нашої конференції вже 4-й рік поспіль, тому дуже дякуємо, що ваша кафедра долучається активно до співорганізації і участю також. Дуже вам дякуємо.
Так, я в лиці нашої кафедри приймаю. Дякую, дуже приємно. Так, я зараз хвилинку почну спочатку. Тут невеличка буде абстракт для англомовних наших колег, і я сподіваюся, що дасть можливість хоч трішки зануритися в тематику, яку я тут буду висвітлювати. Значить, моя тема пов'язана з сферою аргументації, теорії аргументації. Безпосередньо я її виступу назвала як аргумент до щастю, спробую класифікувати та визначити. Це, в принципі, демонстрація більше для англомовних колег. А я поки що декілька слів таких вступних скажу. В першу чергу, я думаю, що всі погодяться з тим, що поняття щастя, воно достатньо проблематичне до визначення і може визначатися по-різному в залежності філософської концепції або теорії, на яку спирається той чи інший автор. Це може якби пов'язуватись з поняттям блага, поняття Бога, поняття віри, поняття задоволення, поняття можливості волевиявлення, безліч варіантів, що ми можемо пов'язати з щастям і дати зрозуміти, що це таке. При цьому ми всі розуміємо, що є таке поняття, яке ми можемо так в загальному назвати індивідуальне щастя людини або індивідуальне переживання цього щастя. Відтак, це поняття, на мою думку, пов'язано найчастіше, наприклад, з такими поняттями, як ціннісні орієнтири людини, ідеали, соціальний статус людини, спосіб життя людини, достаток, здатність до критичного мислення. Відтак, це розуміння поняття щастя, воно може виступати як поняття для маніпулювання. Відповідно, моя сьогоднішня тема пов'язана якраз з таким аргументом, який я виділила і назвала як аргумент до щастя. Перед цим два слова, до якого типу аргументів, на мою думку, цей аргумент буде відноситися. Він відноситься до аргументів, які ми в загальному можемо назвати як аргументи до емоцій. Взагалі, про питання легітимності багатьох аргументів в теорії аргументації або будь-якій сфері, яка пов'язана з цією сферою, цією областю, існує безліч ставлень до таких видів аргументів, починаючи від заборони їх використання, як такі, що є помилками, похибками, маніпуляцією, прийомами, уловками і так далі, хитрощами, до таких позицій, які ми називаємо прийнятними. Аргументи є прийнятними. В такому випадку я буду спиратися, я в своїй роботі спиралася на логічні підходи до аргументації, риторичні та прагмадіалектичні підходи. Якщо говорити про логічні підходи, то так, ми можемо визначити, що будь-яка аргументація, точніше аргумент в даному випадку, буде прийматися як правомірний, як правильний, і який не вважається помилкою, в такому випадку, якщо цей аргумент відповідає певним правилам та нормам логічної структури. Якщо впадати в крайній дедуктивізм, то тоді ми можемо сказати, що аргументація буде прийнятна, якщо вона відповідає схемі демонстративного умовиводу, наприклад, дедуктивного умовиводу. За інших випадків ми говоримо, що це помилка, що це неприйнятний аргумент і так далі. Якщо говорити про риторичні підходи та прагмадіалектичні, вони, звичайно, розширюють горизонт вживання таких аргументів, і я буду більш спиратися на прагмадіалектичний підхід і говорити про те, що такі аргументи можливі, і аргументи до емоцій мається на увазі в загальному плані. По-перше, тому що сучасні виклики дають розуміти, що такі аргументи достатньо велику силу аргументації, переконання мають, і ефект на аудиторію. Крім того, я буду спиратися на позицію Рафаеля Мікелі, який зазначав, що так, сьогодні він вживав термін з бідних родичів до таких аргументів, як аргументи до емоцій. З бідних родичів вони перекочували в статус аргументи, які самостійно розглядаються. Наприклад, Волтон, також Дуглас Волтон, зазначав в своїй роботі «The Place of the Emotion in Argument», що насправді такі аргументи, як аргументи до емоцій, вони не є неприйнятними, точніше так, вони, їх смисл і суть, їх правильність закладена не в суті самого аргументу до емоцій, а в тому, як ми їх вживаємо. Відповідно, Дуглас Волтон виділив декілька моделей діалогу, я не буду на них зупинятися. Відповідно до кожної моделі діалогу, діалог має ціль. І цю ціль мають переслідувати всі учасники аргументативного акту цього діалогу. І, відповідно, якщо аргумент, неважливо який він, наприклад, аргумент до емоцій, використовується не відповідно до цілі цього діалогу, тоді він буде вважатися, можливо, раціональним, проте неправильним, тобто те, що порушує правила цього діалогу. Відповідно, в такому випадку аргументи до емоцій отримують більше легітимності, відповідно, їх можна вживати за певних умов, обґрунтовуючи доцільність їх вживання і, відповідно, до цілей діалогу. Так як аргумент до щастя, про який я почала говорити, він відноситься до аргументів, які ми називаємо аргументи до емоцій. Аргументи до емоцій – це ті аргументи, які апелюють не до логосу, а до наших емоцій, почуттів, переживань. Відповідно, аргумент до щастя, на мою думку, є таким аргументом, і в такому випадку я його буду визначати як мовний вираз або візуальний образ, які апелюють до можливості досягнення людиною відчуття щастя. Відповідно, це апелюючий аргумент, апелює він до емоцій, до наших переживань, які, в першу чергу пов'язані з таким поняттям, як щастя. Чим же видається цей аргумент цікавим і чим він відрізняється від інших? Трішки далі я порівняю його з таким аргументом, як аргумент до вигоди. Він всезагально визнаний аргумент, мається на увазі в структурі стратегії. Наприклад, те, що я виділа аргумент до щастя, зовсім не претендує на загальну вживаність, тобто це виключно роздуми на цю тему. Мене можна звинуватити в примноженні таких аргументів, бо їх і так достатньо. Аргументів до аргументу human і його комбінації, да, аргумент до жалю, аргумент до особи, аргумент до пихи і так далі, їх безліч. Відповідно, можна мене звинуватити в примноженні цих аргументів, цих видів аргументів. Проте, якщо навіть взяти там Шопенгауера, Артура Шопенгауера, в його еристиці, він там зазначив більше 30 видів прийомів, уловок, хитрощів, як він їх називав, да? Які, в принципі, не є структуралізованими, дещо перекликаються і не дають ніякого уявлення, що з цими аргументами робити, як їм 100% протистояти і так далі. І чи можна взагалі їх використовувати, вважати їх правильним, неправильним і так далі. Тому можна мене в цьому звинуватити, проте, на мою думку, видається розуміння такого аргументу доцільним з урахуванням сучасних соціокультурних викликів, і, можливо, це пролє світло на більш детальне розуміння аргументів і прийомів маніпуляції, які можуть застосовуватися. Відтак, для того, щоб виділити такі аргументи, такий аргумент, я виділила декілька критеріїв, в принципі, ви їх можете зараз перечитати, я на них не буду зупинятися тільки по тій причині, що я розумію, що я не одна ще з доповідачів, і хотілося б, мабуть, залишити час іншим. Тому просто в першу чергу скажу, що аргумент до щастя – це аргумент, який апелює до тих ціннісних орієнтирів особистості і які базуються на загальних розуміннях ідеалів, цінностей, які панують в суспільстві. Крім того, на нашу думку, варто зазначити, що такий аргумент в результаті він використовується, але по факту того щастя ніхто не отримає. Зараз я на прикладі дещо це поясню. Найчастіше такий аргумент використовується саме у рекламі, і його можна віднайти і в політиці, і в ЗМІ, і в інших сферах діяльності людини. І я тут знову ж таки зазначила, що я погоджуюсь з думкою Террі Хермана про те, що цей аргумент, так як він аргумент до емоцій, не можна ним нехтувати по тій простій причині, що зараз дуже мало нейтральної інформації. Будь-яка інформація може бути емоційно забарвлена, хоча вона навіть не містить в собі емоційних іменників чи прикметників. Будь-який заголовок у газеті, який, наприклад, буде стосуватися щастя або апелювати до цього аргументу, на перший погляд він є емоційно нейтральним. Там не використано яких спеціальних слів або слів-індикаторів, які будуть нас змушувати реагувати на нього саме так, викликати певну емоцію. Проте насправді вони залишаються емоційно забарвленими, і сучасність це тільки підтверджує і доводить. Для прикладу, я взяла такий узагальнений образ з реклами. Якщо ми уявимо, що рекламується якийсь продукт споживання, і уявимо собі картинку, чому я і написала, що візуальний і мовний образ, тому що візуальний образ дуже важливий в цьому аспекті. І картинка реклами, що щаслива сім'я споживає якийсь продукт. Відповідно, в даному випадку у нас точка зору яка, теза яка? Прийміть нашу точку зору, тобто купіть наш продукт, і аргумент, який основний виступає, і буде вам ось це щастя. Тобто, якщо в такому випадку апеляція до щастя тут виступає через призму ціннісних орієнтирів людини на благополучну, щасливу сім'ю, повну сім'ю, здорову, забезпечену і так далі. Звичайно, проти такої реклами ми можемо протистояти, але такі аргументи можуть бути більш більш завуальованими і не такими однозначними, не так однозначно і фактично сприйматися. Тому, бачучи цей приклад з рекламою, ми можемо сформувати такий вербальну схему аргументу до щастя. Прийміть нашу точку зору і буде вам щастя. В самих тезах я запропонувала ще приклад лозунг, скажімо так, фраза лозунг, щастя, там, не знаю, зараз я згадаю хвилиночку, забезпечена старість – це щаслива старість. Так? Такий лозунг може стати, в принципі, лозунгом якоїсь політичної кампанії або соціальної кампанії і так далі. По суті, тут нічого немає поганого, але ми маємо розуміти в цьому випадку, що точка зору, прийміть нашу позицію, тобто нашу програму, яку ми вам пропонуємо, і аргумент, на якому базується ця точка зору, яка доводиться, чим вона доводиться, це аргументом буде вам щастя. І щастя, знову ж таки, тут такий прийом підміни поняття відбувається, який відомо ще там, ідучи навіть з закону тотожності, з логіки, да, відбувається підміна поняття, коли ми замість щастя пропонуємо і так зрозумілу необхідну річ – стабільність і забезпечена старість, що є стандартом в демократичному суспільстві. Так? По суті, визначення цього аргументу для мене стало цікавим, тому що в першу чергу, знову ж таки, це може розширити горизонти аргументативного знання, з іншого боку, на мою думку, це може стати лакмусовим папірцем тих домінуючих цінностей тенденцій у суспільстві і, в принципі, індивідуального розуміння людиною свого щастя. Тому я сподіваюся, це, в принципі, і розширить і ваше уявлення щодо цього аргументу, і, в принципі, аргументів до емоцій як таких, тому що вони дуже часто ними послуговуються, до емоцій апелюють. І, знову ж таки, наголошую, що сучасність тільки підтверджує, що такі аргументи варто розглядати як самостійні, які несуть собі самостійну силу аргументувати. Не як додатковий прийом до основної аргументативної структури, а як окремий аргумент, який може самостійно бути розглянутим і самостійно визначатися. На цьому все. Дякую вам за увагу і сподіваюся, що якщо будуть питання, залюбки відповім.
Дуже дякуємо, пані Надія, за дуже цікаву доповідь і тему. Будь ласка, колеги, чи є в когось запитання або коментарі? Поки що немає коментарів і запитань. Ще раз дякуємо. І тоді переходимо до нашого, вочевидь, останнього спікера на сьогодні, оскільки зараз я перевірю серед учасників, але наразі я не бачу, щоб доєднались інші. Тому я представляю останнього на сьогодні спікера. Це Тетяна Гурлєва, кандидат психологічних наук, старший науковий співробітник Інституту психології імені Костюка Національної академії педагогічних наук України. І зараз я поділюся екраном, оскільки пані Тетяна з технічних причин не змогла доєднатися саме в цей час, але вона надіслала нам відео. Одну секундочку. Вона надіслала нам відео, і тому я поділюсь екраном зі звуком.
Доброго дня.
Скажіть, будь ласка, чи чути відео, звук відео?
Сьогоднішня тема подолання.
Ні, чути.
Чути.
Чути?
Я чую.
Гаразд.
У часи війни стає актуальним пошук внутрішніх резервів особистості, яка могла б не лише фізично вижити, а й психологічно вистояти і духовно підноситись. Такий резерв є в самій людині. Вона сама знаходить в собі сили протистояти важким зовнішнім обставинам і далі розвиватися. Або допомагають цьому інші люди – родина, друзі, коло знайомих, а також педагоги, вчителі, соціальні працівники, психологи. У хвилини, коли здається, що опускаються руки, людина має розправити крила. Згадаємо зворушливі та пам'ятливі рядки із вірша Ліни Костенка, коли людина живе на землі, сама не літає, а крила має, крила має. Вони, ті крила, не з пуху пір'я, а з правди, чесноти і довір'я, у кого з вірності в коханні, у кого з вічного поривання, у кого з щирості до роботи, у кого з щедрості та турботи, у кого з пісні, або з надії, або з поезії, або з мрії. Людина нібито не літає, а крила має, а крила має. Абсолютно слушно поетеса зауважує, що крила людини не з пуху пір'я, а з правди, чесноти і довір'я, з любові, зі щирості до роботи, з прояву турботи до іншого. А також людина може бути одухотворена мрією, піснею, поезією. Навіть в нелюдських умовах людина може бути окриленою, намагатися і бути щасливою. Вітчизняна вчена Тетяна Титаренко ділиться своєю думкою. Можливо, тільки відчуття польоту дасть вам сили подолати кризу і знову повірити у власні сили. Ймовірно, людина має внутрішню силу, яка може не бути помітною, відчутною, матеріальною, а є такою, що спроможна підійняти над прірвою, врятувати життя, зробити людину нездоланною. Можна говорити про те, що подолання як відчуття польоту, лету чи летіння – це певний порятунок, як поривання і рух до перетворення себе, свого життя і довкілля. Його можна розглядати як процес, дію, переборювання, долання і як результат – перемога, подолання, як вершина досягнення певної мети, що відкриває дорогу до нового поступу вперед, до щастя, яке представляється не сталим, а є змінним і плинним, в залежності від рівня розвитку особистості, розуміння себе, пройденого шляху, життєвої ситуації, власних зусиль у доланні зовнішніх і внутрішніх перешкод. Причому будь-які незгоди можуть бути подолані навіть тоді, коли, образно кажучи, хиткий ґрунт втікає з-під ніг. Від самої людини залежить, чи вистоїть вона, і чи продовжуватиме жити повноцінним життям, підвищуючи його якість. Категорії якості та способи життя пов'язані зі щирою любов'ю, добротою, співпереживанням, творчістю, радістю, баченням в кожній людині особистості, яка гідна уваги, турботи і щастя. У ході індивідуального становлення людина духовно удосконалюється, що неможливо без націленості на пошук та утвердження сутнісних смислів, здатності брати на себе відповідальність за їх здійснення, спрямованості до особистісного розквіту і творчої самореалізації, розгортання і здійснення потенцій власної суб'єктності. Відсутність смислу життя або неможливість його реалізувати породжує у людини стани екзистенційного вакууму та фрустрації, що стає причиною апатії, депресії, втрати інтересу до себе і свого земного існування. Коли основним завданням людини стає фізичне виживання, втеча від загрозливих життю і здоров'ю ситуацій. Як можна поновити чи віднайти смисл життя, подолати свої гори, страх і безсилля, розчарування в житті і власних силах? Хтось інтуїтивно, хтось під впливом іншої людини намагається повернутися до справи, що дарує задоволення і щастя. пише вірші, малює, вишиває, або відновлює свої заняття спортом, здійснює прогулянки звичним для себе маршрутом, або пробує відкрити для себе нові місцини для споглядання і відпочинку, читає книжки. Подолання виявляється також у тому, що людина опановує гнів, ненависть, роздратованість, переводячи цю загалом руйнівну енергію в русло самопізнання, самореалізації, саморозвитку, у силу долання і перемагання, у площину дієвої підтримки і допомоги тим, хто не в силі психологічно зібратися самотужки, оволодіти своїм станом і допомогти собі. Запитайте людину, яка зробила, здавалось би, немислиме, на що раніше не могла наважитись, але й мріяла про це і вважала за стрибок у власному розвитку. Що вона відчуває? Я це зробив, і я щасливий. Подолання усвідомлюється людиною як узяття вершини, як злет, досягнення певної висоти, що раніше, можливо, викликало острах. До цього має бути внутрішні поклики стремління, незламне бажання позитивних, життєстверних, щасливих змін. Адже, образно кажучи, не можна приклеїти до гусениці крила і змусити її літати, як метелика. Вона повинна змінитися зсередини. Тож подолання – це злам старого, віджитого і відкриття нового. Пошук сьогоденних можливостей як в самому собі, так і в оточуючих людях, у подіях, що об'єднують, у світі взагалі. Кожне подолання, наче виштовхує людину із стресовиння, виносить на простір, вивищує особистість, робить її більш впевненішою в собі, у власних силах, мотивує до нових звершень, злетів, подальших здобутків. Найвищою чеснотою, що робить людську істоту людиною, є людяність, метою та кінцевим результатом якої є благо іншого, добро, краса, щастя, розвиток, втіха і задоволення від зробленого та вчиненого, власне моральне і духовне зростання, надбання, що створює і живить почуття окриленості, почуття польоту. Людина, яка орієнтована на вищі смисли і цінності, такі як любов, милосердя, гідність і багато інших, вбачатиме життєвий успіх, скажімо, не в накопиченні матеріальних благ, а в утвердженні перелічених та інших чеснот, у способах самореалізації, які вивищують. У процесі подолання вирішальне значення має довіра до себе, адже лише довіряючи собі самому, можеш рішуче робити крок уперед, не боячись можливих невдач і об'єктивних несприятливих обставин. Особистість, яка довіряє собі, схильна довіряти й іншим людям, множачи цим самим потенціал відновлення і зростання і в собі, і в іншому, долання власних слабкостей, вад і страхів задля досягнення особистих і спільних перемог, особливо в часи війни. Отже, подолання є ознакою і умовою розвитку особистості, яка здатна протистояти труднощам існування в нелюдських обставинах війни. Подолання як отблиск щастя дарує відчуття злету над важкими станами, складними ситуаціями, почування спромоги у здійсненні подальших перемог. Подолання є характерною ознакою сьогоднішнього українця. Воно, попри розчарування, біль і душевні страждання, робить людину психологічно сильнішою, здатною зберегти, зміцнити, відновити, згармонізувати і довершувати власну особистість. Подолання відіграє вирішальне значення у підтримці якості життя людини, є механізмом не лише виживання, але й розвитку і подальшого вдосконалення особистості, утвердження сутнісних смислів, торжества людяності в нелюдських умовах. Велике значення у встановленні здатності людини до подолання в умовах війни є довіра до себе, це якість суб'єкта, яка притаманна як окремій особистості, так і українському народові, який бореться і перемагає. Адже той, хто довіряє собі і власним силам, впевнений у визначеній для себе високій, благородній і світлій меті, а також має підтримку з боку інших зі схожими намірами і устремліннями, здатен долати і подолати прірву, відновитися і бути щасливим. Коли єднаюче гасло «Разом ми сила» є ознакою і умовою спільного подолання, спільної перемоги. Дякую.
Отже, дякуємо пані Тетяні за її презентацію у такому відеоформаті. У чаті я поділилася імейлом пані Тетяни Гурлєвої, і таким чином, якщо у когось є запитання, ви можете безпосередньо зв'язатися з пані Тетяною через імейл. І таким чином, дивлячись на тих, хто присутній у чаті, ми робимо підсумок, що завершується цьогорічна 4-та конференція, Міжнародна наукова конференція «Щастя та сучасне суспільство». Дуже дякуємо всім за ваші внески наукові у цю конференцію і за ті позитивні емоції, з якими ви робили свої презентації, за той настрій, за ту прекрасну атмосферу, яка була впродовж цих 2 днів. І якщо ви бажаєте висловитися, поділитися своїми враженнями, підсумками, коментарями, будь ласка, запрошуємо до такого заключного слова. Будь ласка, бачимо пані Ольга Недавня, просимо до слова.
Дуже дякую. В першу чергу я хочу подякувати шановним організаторам. Це чудова була конференція. І те, що вона така вийшла міжнародна і міждисциплінарна, це велика її перевага. Можливо, деякі такі теоретичні доповіді було комусь і важко сприймати. Наприклад, я про себе таке можу сказати, але все одно це дуже добре, і ми вчимося. Я навіть для себе чисто технічно побачила, що варто робити двомовні презентації на подібні конференції. Сподіваюся, що в майбутньому я так зможу технічно робити. Звісно, непогано також вчити англійську, щоб могти не тільки писати, але й розмовляти вільно, щоб не соромно було задавати питання англомовним колегам. Так що я думаю, нам всім можна ще вчитися і вдосконалюватися, і це дуже добре. Ми маємо бути щасливі з такої можливості. І дуже хочеться побажати нам всім, щоб наступні конференції вже відбулися після нашої перемоги і офлайн, щоб ми могли, як то кажуть, і в кулуарах поспілкуватися, пити разом кави, познайомитися ближче. Ви знаєте, я би ще хотіла, звісно, про щастя поговорити. Так якось виходить, що на обговорення в нас часу мало буває. Просто мені здалося трошечки, якщо дозволите, пару слів. Багато було сказано про щастя як відчуття і почуття, а також згадувалось не раз про об'єктивні передумови щастя, як в різних країнах, по яким критеріям це оцінюють. Мені здається, що варто було б в майбутньому більше поговорити, хоч про це теж згадувалось, про світоглядні основи щастя, про те, що щастя залежить не тільки від характеру, від натури, але й від вибору людини. Тобто в наших умовах, в важких воєнних умовах, можливо, це навіть більше видно. І дуже добре, що тут звучали відповідні приклади. Ми самі їх бачимо в житті. Я всім хочу побажати ніколи не втрачати здатності до щастя, його творити, ним ділитися, його відчувати, його вибирати за будь-яких умов. Дуже дякую ще раз всім.
Дуже дякуємо, пані Ольго, за ваш коментар. Професор Анатолій Мокій, будь ласка, вам слово, ви піднімали руку.
Піднімав, дякую. Я так дуже багато чого почерпнув із конференції, із виступів, особливо ораторської майстерності. Справді почерпнув, бо я поганий оратор, ну так сталося. Але то вчитись ніколи не пізно. Я пригадую книжку, пані Маруся згадувала її Умберто Матерана і Франциско Орела «Trees of Cognition», тобто дерево пізнання, які в своїй теорії аутопоезису, чи самовідтворення, чи self-production говорять про те, що людина і будь-яка жива істота завжди пізнає, і життя це є пізнання. От, і тому, завершуючи, я, ну, на жаль, песиміст по своєму характеру, по своїй натурі. Я завжди кажу, що нашій державі зробити щось важко, успішно. Але я собі придумав таку тезу, що це не виправдовує нашої бездіяльності. І от якраз те, що сьогодні пан Роман і пані Уляна і інші організатори зробили, це є та діяльність, яка неминуче приведе ефект і приведе нас до перемоги над тим, що перед нами стоїть. Дякую.
Дуже дякуємо. І я перепрошую зараз, пані Тетяно, я тільки перекладу, бо наші колеги з Нігерії піднімають руку. So I will translate just a few words. I see that our Nigerian colleagues are raising hand, and before inviting them for commenting, I would like to say that we are summing up the conference, because that is the end of these 2 days session. And we are extremely grateful to all the participants for their contributions, scientific contributions, and positive emotional contribution to the conference. And we are grateful for our co-hosts, co-organizers, Ukrainian and foreign as well. We are grateful for this cooperation that lasts for the 4 years already. So thank you, and if you would like to comment and share your impressions, please, you can. I can see the hand of our Nigerian colleague, please.
Yes, thank you so much. I'm very grateful for the opportunity to be here. My name is Olufemi Owade. I'm from Kolade IC University, Ibadan, Nigeria. I'm due to speak at 15 minutes after 5 local time. I'm supposed to speak.
Okay. I'm very sorry. You will have this opportunity right now. Your presentation will take place right now, because sorry, you have the nickname here doesn't refer to your real name. So I thought that you were with.
Okay, I'm sorry. So I'm presenting on myself. I'm on behalf of my colleague, Professor Adini Olatubosun, SAN, a senior advocate of law of Nigeria and a professor of law of the same university. Okay. And the title of our paper is Religion and Law as Imperatives for Happiness. Religion and Law as Imperatives for Happiness. I am of the Department of Political Science in my university, and my co-author is the Dean of the Faculty of Law of the same university. He's a professor of law. Our paper essentially is looking at society from the functionalist perspective, that society is made up of social institutions, and religion and law are important social institutions in society. And these two institutions function for happiness in society, but they don't just deliver happiness to society directly, they deliver happiness to society through social order. As you know, the more orderly a society is, the more there is happiness in that society. Social order leads to happiness in society. And religion and law are social institutions intended or designed to achieve it. So our paper is based on two assumptions. It's based on two assumptions. Social institutions such as law and legal institutions and law and religion function to build social order in society. That's the first assumption. Then the second assumption is that happiness is a byproduct of social order in society. As a matter of fact, the more there is social order in society, either as a national society or as a global society, there is the result of greater happiness in that society. I want to use this. I don't know if my example will not offend anyone. My heart goes out to the Ukrainians at this season, at this time. They are friends of Africans. Africans find a great home in Ukraine, and the society is going through what it's going through because there's a breakdown in social order in the global political system. And that's why we have the situation that we have today, where nations have not been restrained by international law in the way they relate with other nations. And this also applies to individual countries too. When law is not allowed to function, then there's a breakdown in social order and people suffer due to this breakdown, and it generates unhappiness. Now, what is the objective of the research? It is the objective of this research to show that law and religion working together as institution will deliver is attained in such society. Jeremy Bentham and John Austin, who are of the positivist school of thought of law, who provided the plain and pressure theory that law exists in society to achieve two objectives. The first objective is to provide happiness and pleasure for the majority of members of society who abide by the law. The incentive for social order in society is when good conduct is rewarded. When good conduct is rewarded in society through the mechanism of the law. Where the incentive for social disorder is when bad conduct by members of society is punished by the same law. Where misconduct is punished by the same law. So, and the theory made it very abundantly clear that law is a very stable tool to punish. But we are now saying that law alone as a tool may not be sufficient to achieve this. Thus, religion becomes an imperative. And I don't know if you have my paper there, at the last major portion, I said limits of legal sanction and imperativeness of religion as a solvent. I want to now tell you how law acts as a solvent to promote social order and, on the long run, promote happiness in society. Number one, religion is a collective behavior which brings together members of society. And because of this common belief, it creates the basis for social order. Because the laws of society are not just mere laws, written law books. Religious issues. And you can't just obey this law for the sake of, they also do it too, as society like Ukraine, we accommodate people from developing nations like Nigeria, may be directed by the more, not because of their law alone, immigration law that is flexible. It may also be because of the religion, which promotes humanity, which to deter misconduct, is to encourage human misconduct. Religion will come in to encourage it. And as a collective behavior, as a collective social behavior in society that allow law to prevail will have more happiness. Number two, religion controls the inner being of man. The influence of religion on the emotions of man is deeper and stronger than the law because it is voluntary. Law is more involuntary. People obey the law out of fear of punishment, but people obey religious tenets voluntarily out of belief, out of faith. So when you promote social order in society through religion, or you tie the base of social order in society to religion, people voluntarily obey. People voluntarily participate. People voluntarily give their obedience. And this promotes order in society and also leads to happiness in society. I must not fail to emphasize that fact. The more social order you have in society, the less unhappy people you have in society. Because if there's social order, when people do this, when people obey the law, they are not likely to infringe on other people's rights. They are not likely to cause other people pain. They are not likely to take what belongs to others. And that will promote a happy society. Number three, religion helps to strengthen order, control social institutions of society. While law on its own may not be able to bring compliance for members of society, when you locate law among other institutions of society within the cosmic frame, when you tie it to religion, people tend to obey such laws. And this cut across every major religion. There is nowhere in the law, what I know, that it is an offense not to pray. But one of the major actions, without not necessarily doing offense to those that may not believe in prayer, but one of the major actions of humanity is the act of prayer, which are cut across many faiths: Islam, Christianity, Judaism, and other faiths. People make time without any policeman or without any law compelling them to do so. And people do this with every sense of devotion, with every sense of dedication. Not because there's any law or there's any sanction or punishment for not doing it. But if you're not able to now bring this sense of devotion and dedication to religion, to obeying the law and promote social society, many of the problems and challenges we have in human society will be greatly reduced because people will willingly obey the law, people will willingly cooperate with their fellow men, and people will willingly promote an orderly society. In conclusion, if men, through law and religion, promote social order, there will be happiness in society and fewer reasons for people to be unhappy. Thank you for listening.
Thank you very much, dear Professor. Does anyone have any questions or comments? Please, any questions or comments? Well, in this case, I will have two very brief questions. The first question about concerns the motivation in obedience to the law, the motivation to obey the law. You mentioned this aspect, and I would like to clarify, do you consider how different motivation to obey the law impact the level of happiness?
Yes, it does. It does greatly. Thank you so much for your question. Social order and obedience to law has a long way to go in how happy people are in society. Situations that create unhappiness in the world largely are self-inflicted. They are creation of other men that put many people in situations of unhappiness, either in the global scene, in the world of politics. It may interest you to know that in Nigeria, we just concluded the elections, and there was so much violence, there was so much challenges as most of the elections, not because the electoral process itself is problematic, but because people that participated were not willing to obey the law. And that has caused so much destruction, that has caused so much societal setback. So to answer your question straight away, most of the things that's causing unhappiness today in the world, even in the international politics, in the international arena, where a nation refuses to obey international law as regards the right of another nation. It's just inhumanity to man, and sanctions alone have not really helped. We may have to bring religion along. Threat of sanctions, threat of alliances against such nations seems to be, of course, helping, but it's not helping enough. But when we have good people who are religious, who have good religious orientation in position of power and authority, we may have a better world, to live in. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And my second very short question concerns religion, and actually how different religions consider happiness in this life, in this world, and how each religion contribute to the level of happiness, because our Ukrainian-speaking speakers were presenting the studies on Ukraine, and here in Ukraine, we can see the difference between different Christian denominations, different Christian churches, and each of these church has a different impact on the level of happiness. There are those who are more, let's say, secularized, more adapted to the contemporary world, and they interpret worldly happiness as a part of a person's life, a very important part, and thus they impact positively on the level of happiness. But there is, for example, the one of Christian churches with the leader in Moscow, Russia. So Russian Christian Orthodox Church is present here, and within this religious community, the level of happiness is very low, and they have the interpretation of human life and human aims in a very pessimist perspective. So can you give us any examples in the case of Nigerian background, religious background, churches, denominations that you have? What is the situation? How can we compare?
Yes, very well. Thank you for your question. Of course, religion is a collective behavior. Religion brings people together in groups, and it provides opportunity for people of different background to come together to provide common solutions, common found solutions to common problems. Of course, there are denominations and there are sects, and we've seen that so many sects and denominational beliefs that we associate to religion now all over the world. Some of them seem to cause more unhappiness than happiness. We have terrorist organizations whose beliefs are religious-based, but it's causing so much unhappiness all over the world. But if you look at it on the scale of quantity or percentage, you see that this is minimal compared to the good work that religion is doing in different parts of the world. In my country, Nigeria, because of high level of poverty, high level of underdevelopment, and misgovernance, religion is a strong bond that has held our society together. And I also want to relate it to the Ukrainian society. I see your great members of your armed forces, Ukrainian forces. Of course, I saw them engaging in religious devotions in readiness to defend their motherland. The defense of motherland is now located within the prism of religious duty. And I think this is one of the reasons, this is one of the function of religious society, is that it brings people together. Of course, there might be setbacks, there might be what looks like throwbacks from this, but essentially this is a major function of religion. And no social institution in society has been able to function in this aspect when it comes to bringing people together. Because when you look at other social society that are also close to religion, like the family, when you don't have a family, you are likely to share the same religion. And that's one of the reasons that makes your family to be bonded. Of course, I'm not saying not all families share the same religion, but most families have the same faith, practice the same denomination, have the same religious beliefs. And this is all the basis that bring cohesion and cooperative living. And this helps a lot. Number two, we have to discover that in the world, the world sometimes is full of mysteries. Not everything, some of the challenges that humanity is facing, we may not be able to have ready-made answers to them. There are so many whys and very few answers. If you ask me, why would we in the mid of 21st century Europe, with the democracy, with the globalization, have what is going on today in Europe? Of course, we know we are used to that in Africa, and we are praying that we exit that. And it's still a big why. And religion sometimes helps us to explain some of these things. And while we are trying to deal with these issues, religion gives us a beacon of hope. Not minding these contradictions that you talked about. We have some of the religious beliefs seem not to promote them. So this hope is a strong ingredient for happiness. That you can be in a bad situation, but because you have something that's giving you hope, you have something to live for. Thank you.
Thank you, dear Professor, for your contribution to our conference, for an interesting presentation and your answers. Thank you very much. So we get back to the summary of our conference, and if anyone has some impressions to share, please welcome.
Before I step back, I want to thank you for the opportunity. We really appreciate it. Like the former speaker from Nigeria said, there's a great connection between Ukraine and Nigeria. Many of our young people find opportunity there, and it's our hope and prayer that Ukraine gets back to its feet. The whole world is waiting, the whole world is with you. And the fact that this conference is holding and it's taking place successfully at this time is a great challenge for us, that all hope is not lost and Ukraine will get back again. Thank you so much. I'm very grateful.
Thank you very much. Thank you. And hope that next year you and your colleagues will participate in our 5th conference, and even more of your colleagues. You can invite them, because the March 20th, that is our annual conference. And even last year when the war started in Ukraine, nothing stopped us. The conference was held according to the schedule. So you can count on our organization. Thank you very much. Does anyone would like to say a few words? Будь ласка, пані Тетяно.
Я просто хотіла сказати, що, чесно кажучи, для мене неочікуваний досвід, бо я взагалі не планувала брати участь в цій конференції, але я дуже задоволений, я вам чесно скажу. Тобто, да, реально. По-перше, ви реально додаєте позитиву. Тобто, які б ми там не були матьорі песимісти, тобто, я би сказала так, що кожен щось трошки додає позитивного. Крім того, чесно скажу, здивована високим науковим рівнем, тому що я вже так, звикла до того, що конференції вже зараз так спустилися дуже так на низький рівень. Тобто, цим теж дуже задоволена. Організація дуже вам дякую, називається. Ну і взагалі, можна сказати, що для мене такий неочікуваний подарунок тут в Перуджі, бо тут, як сказати, мені тут скучно, називається, а я тут маю, так би мовити, собі такий додатковий позитив, можна сказати. Так що дуже вам дякую.
Дуже дякуємо, пані Тетяно.
Ми в Перуджу збираємося.
Так, ми плануємо, тому може,
давайте прощатися.
якщо ви десь ще в квітні будете, то сподіваємося, обов'язково будемо не чути вас.
Я написала телефон в імейлі, так що я не міняла на італійський, так що можете через WhatsApp дзвонити, я радісно зустрілись там. Дякую.
Добре, дуже приємно. І ви знаєте, стосовно рівня науковості, ми також дуже приємно вражені, і нам справді це дуже важливо, що з кожним роком конференція не втрачає ось цього свого високого рівня, і ну, ми не будемо казати, що він навіть, але можливо навіть трохи зростає. Тобто люди втягуються в цю тему і, так би мовити, починають все глибше і глибше досліджувати. І ну, ми дуже раді, що є науковці, які навіть завдяки цій конференції почали займатися цією темою. І от, власне, це для нас велика мета, яку ми собі ставили, це, власне, надати наукового статусу проблемі щастя в Україні, бо як ми презентували свою книжку про щастя в 2019 році, то на нас трошки так дивилися, ну, скажімо так, з посмішками такими. Посмішками, так, і скептично. Тобто ця тема не сприймалася, власне, на такому належному академічному рівні, і нам приємно, що це зрушення відбувається.
Дякую.
І від року до року наша конференція мотивує і стимулює людей до поглибленого вивчення, пізнання. І ми ділимося своїми знаннями і маємо спіральний вертикальний ріст. І офіційно хочу запросити всіх учасників до нашої 5-ї конференції, і ми вже починаємо її планувати. Ми теж дістали мотивацію, стимуляцію для того, щоб задуматися про форму, місце проведення наступної ювілейної 5-ї конференції. Ми уявляємо її собі офлайн.
Нарешті.
Нарешті офлайн, так.
Ми з першого року, нам карантин завадив, ми вже мали заброньований готель, і учасники їхали, і тут 12-го, по-моєму, березня 2020 року, за тиждень
до конференції
все закрилося.
Готель закрився.
Ми провели першу конференцію аж наприкінці жовтня, 31 жовтня, 1 листопада. Ми сподівалися, що карантин закінчиться. Потім стало зрозуміло, що не закінчиться, і ми вже почали не відміняти, а проводити.
І нас вже ніщо не зупиняє. Ні епідемії, ні повітряні тривоги, ні війна. Ми робимо свою справу вперто і щасливим виразом обличчя. Так що я запрошую ще...
Жалко, що зараз народу так щось не приєдналося під кінець. Бо
втомилися вже, так.
Але технології дозволяють, ми оце все приготуємо матеріали. День-два, і ми підготуємо резолюцію по нашій роботі, вийшлемо організаторам і учасникам нашої конференції. Наступне, підготуємо збірник до цифрової версії і деяку кількість паперової версії ми профінансуємо і видамо. Це вже наша традиція. Ось, і будемо продовжувати далі, так би мовити, працювати в тому напрямку. Ділитися щастям, набиратися щастя, поглиблювати свої знання, популяризувати їх у суспільстві, в різних державах, глобально. І дякуємо всім за участь.
Дякуємо. Можливо, хтось ще хоче долучитися до такого заключного, підсумкового, верніше, слова.
Дякуємо. Бачите, самі такі стійкі щасливчики тут залишились. Я сподіваюся, це потім організатори врахують. Оце до Львова би приїхати, це було справжнє щастя, би, чесно скажу. Дуже скучила і за Львовом, і взагалі за офлайновим спілкуванням з колегами. Це ж такий складник щастя.
Продумати сценарій, знайти фінансування, то вже не онлайн-конференція.
Зрозуміло. Дякую вам. Ви і так.
Але що певно, це 20 березня 2024 року ми зустрічаємося в будь-якому випадку.
Дай Боже.
Будь ласка, колеги, хто ще хоче поділитись враженнями, підсумками? Пані Марія, будь ласка.
Дякую дуже за надане слово. Насамперед хочу відрефлексувати, що надзвичайно вийшла цікава конференція, дуже різнопланова. Дякуємо безпосередньо пані Уляні, пану Роману, бо вони такі, знаєте, такі локомотиви цієї конференції. І навіть вже коли всі зневірюються, що щось можна організувати, вони це все роблять. І більше того, насправді з кожним роком кількість міжнародних учасників, кількість мов, кількість представників націй збільшується. І цей колорит, він тільки додає щастя, безумовно, він надихає. І тому я думаю, що разом ми сила, разом ми переможемо обов'язково і будемо далі мріяти, думати і щось робити для того, щоб Україна і інші нації були щасливими. Дякую дуже.
Дуже дякую, пані Марі.
Дуже дякуємо. І пане Андрію, професор Базилевич, запрошуємо вас до, хотіла сказати, вітального слова, підсумкового, завершального слова. Пані Олено, пані Зою, пані Ольго, будь ласка, хто бажає висловитися, поділитись враженнями, просимо.
Так, враження закінчилися.
Так, але всіх вони позитивні, ми в цьому впевнені.
Я скажу.
Будь ласка, пані Зою, так.
Я вже, правда, вже так трошки розділася і по-домашньому, але то через те, що то інтернет, то ми можемо собі дозволити з дому. Ну, у вас форма, все окей, я вже в такому халатику. Ну, знаєте, в мене завжди багато емоцій позитивних, щасливих, радісних. І, звичайно, така дійсно оцінка того, наскільки широкий загал ви залучили, загал вчених з різних країн, таких, можливо, яких ми дуже би так, вони не є так широко, наприклад, там Албанія, Румунія. Де би так можна було зробити, яка зроблена робота, що ви віднайшли таких людей, які мають оце думання про щастя, про якесь дослідження щастя, про умови, особливості. І це, знаєте, інформаційний простір ще й працює так, що ваші ці зусилля зустрічають відгук, зустрічають в тих, хто залучається, що своєю отою думкою і зацікавленістю вони відгукуються, і ми таким чином об'єднуємось. І виникає така, що є найдорожче, це такий соціальний капітал тих, хто думає над такого роду проблематикою. В цьому році мене дуже вразило, ну так приємно, що люди замислились над етикою війни. І це для мене таким було, знаєте, приємністю і радістю, що це розмови такі наукові, що люди, мислителі, філософи з такої наукової точки зору, з опорою на таких мислителів, дослідників щодо оцих вбивств, війни. І як для мене, я почула такі, ну, важливі, як би це сказати, особливі такі тонкі, нюансові погляди на те, як розмежувати, як розділити і от ту етику тої діяльності, яка є на війні, що, здавалось би, вбивства і вбивства, але стільки було притягнуто підґрунть історичних, культуральних, етичних, морально-етичних, ну і психологічних. І тому цей масштаб, я також ще, що я почула і побачила на цій конференції, особливо коли виступали філософи, культурологи, я побачила цей стереоефект погляду із політичної точки зору, із там економічної, із ну, етичної, морально-етичної, із психології. І так якось це прозвучало, ну на цій я слухала доповіді, з таким от ну, стереоефектом, з різними такими підходами, позиціями. Мені сподобалося, що стільки людей мислячих зібралось, такі, які інтелектуали, які тою роботою думки так цю царину пропрацьовують, так якби пропахують, знаходять підґрунтя, підстави, щоб зробити таку цілісну якусь погляд, концепцію. Даруйте, що я завжди люблю багато, що маю що сказати. От так от мені хотілося трошки, якщо підсумувати, то такий от підсумочок в мене вийшов. Тому дякую, ще раз щиро вдячна. І так, що цей масштаб, нехай він шириться, побажання, щоб ширилось, поширювалось, і щоб з цього народжувалось, ще щось таке, що впливає, так як пан Роман своєю діджиталізацією, він так під таким кутом це все розгортає, і тому я маю таке побажання, щоб дійсно підхоплено було, підчеплено, і щоб це примножувалось і ширилось, поширювалось. І щоб народжувались якісь конкретні концепти і продукти, які можна було би впроваджувати в суспільство. Отаке, я навіть не думала, що я це вам таке скажу. Я почала розвивати думку, говорити, і воно мені все позачіплялося.
Думка розвинулася якраз. І я хочу поділитися своїм враженням від цієї конференції і проаналізував 3 попередніх конференції. Виявляється, що тут зібралися, в тому середовищі зібралися люди, які в той чи інший спосіб давно, але, так би мовити, індивідуально підходили до цієї теми щастя. Потім знайшлися люди, які поглиблювалися в цю тему через призму своєї професії, професійної діяльності. І от коли ми зустрілися, і, власне, на тому рівні, то всі зрозуміли, що він не один, чи вона не одна. Розумієте, що ця тема цікавить і інших людей. І, власне, ми створили оце от середовище однодумців, і кожен з нас привніс свої досягнення, свої дослідження, свої враження, і ми створюємо тепер цілісну картину оцеї глибини феномену щастя.
А чи не написати би таку монографію і не видати?
Так от це ж і думаю.
Колективно, саме так.
Колективну монографію.
До 5-ї ювілейної конференції.
До 5-ї ювілейної конференції.
Так, з тих всіх матеріалів, що є за тих 3 роки, за 4 вже.
4, там ще й був 5-й підготовчий, коли це все бурлило на кухнях.
І можна відібрати, але це така кропітка робота, така редакція того всього, щоб із того зробити вже монографію. Не просто тези, а монографію тематично, підрозділами, наприклад, зрізами, погляд на щастя. Саме там психологічне.
Такий, і потім на нього будемо нанизувати.
Так, бо вже є з чого стільки праць людей.
Так.
Наукових досліджень.
Дякуємо за ідею. І ще маємо в чаті короткий коментар від професора Олени Костюченко. Дуже вдячна за атмосферу, за змістовність і натхнення. Дякуємо вам, пані Олено. І, будь ласка, пані Ольга.
Пані Уляно, пане Романе, я теж дякую вам за організацію такої, як я у своєму виступі говорила, унікальної насправді конференції, тому що сама тема конференції вже і привертає увагу, і сама тема надихає, тому що кожен з нас дійсно хоче почуватися щасливим. Водночас у кожного щастя від чогось свого. Хтось повноцінно реалізується у професійній діяльності, хтось отримує ще його від чогось. І сама конференція спрямована на те, що до неї можуть долучитися абсолютно різні дослідники, і педагоги, і психологи, і філософи, і соціологи. Можна навіть і математикам, і фізикам долучатися. Дуже прекрасно, що конференція транслюється на YouTube-каналі, тому що навіть якщо там не встиг почути якісь виступи, хоча хотів дуже, наприклад, там через навчальні заняття, то потім можна зайти на YouTube-канал і для себе прослухати ці виступи. Тому це дуже великий плюс, і до того ж це...
Вже про матеріали, які ми повистовуємо.
До того ж, сама трансляція на Ютубі розширює ту спільноту, яка може долучитися і послухати різні виступи, і, можливо, так як говорили сьогодні, спонукатиме теж зануритися у ці проблеми. Дякуємо вам за атмосферу, дійсно за таке натхнення, тому що сама тема також і мотивує до подальшого дослідження і до подальших звершень. І теж сподіваюся, що в наступному році ми з вами побачимося вже віч-навіч і, зокрема, будемо говорити про відчуття щастя через нашу перемогу.
Дай Боже, сподіваємося, віримо і не те, що віримо, ми впевнені в цьому. Дякую, пані Ольго. Пане Андрію, будь ласка, вам слово.
Мені так само приємно, що ця конференція відбулася, і це навіть спочатку, я знаю, що планували, що це буде один день, але назбирали стільки доповідачів, що прийшлося збільшити до 2, і це повноцінні 2 дні. Дивіться, то заходячи до 7 години, починаючи з 10, це рекорди, які б'ються на тій конференції, тому що кожен хоче поділитися своїми напрацюваннями, своїми ідеями, своїми думками. І це дійсно нас надихає, тому що і тема така, яка нас стимулює і мислити позитивно, мислити щастя орієнтовано, тобто це то, що в наш час зараз в тій ситуації, яка є в Україні, вона вимагає, щоб ми мали якусь противагу тим негативним думкам, негативним подіям. Ну і бачите, нас підтримали іноземні колеги, тобто 10 країн, це є досить важко зібрати таку широку аудиторію, таку кількість доповідачів з інших країн. Так що я вітаю наших промоутерів Ульяну і Романа в тому, що їм це вдалося, і бажаю, щоб далі той рух не зупинявся. І все ж таки я надію, що може ще одну традицію добру, яка була, це проведення анкетування, все ж таки варто зробити. Тобто це було дійсно, ті дані були цікаво, їхній аналіз був, тобто це було таке ґрунт для теж роздумів різних. Так що я вважаю, що варто зробити ще анкетування, воно дає нам якийсь зріз думок людей, які не займаються щастям. Дякую.
Дуже дякуємо, пане Андрію. Чи хоче ще хтось висловитися, будь ласка?
Я одну репліку хочу сказати, що відзначити, наскільки вам вдається так інтелігентно і так коректно провадити цей процес. Причому виходить, що й дотримуємося регламент, щоб це було. І разом з тим без тої якоїсь спішки чи нервозності, чи якогось такого, коли рамки і вже все переривання, є місце, час і простір, щоб і було питання, і це ваше ведення, це дійсно провадження тої конференції, воно варте, дорогого варте. І тому хочеться вам ще й це сказати, що саме це
вроджений талант.
Процес.
Дякуємо.
Так, і знання мови, і це все, воно, так, дай Боже, що все воно.
Дякуємо, пані Зорі, дуже приємно чути позитивні відгуки. Чи ще хтось бажає висловитись?
А я вчорашню свою послухавши доповідь професора Базилевича, я подумав, що Український інститут дослідження щастя, його львівська частина повинна при перших сонячних днях зібратися вже на Теренкур з маленької дистанції, будемо накручувати.
Має бути постійно почати і постійно робити це. І не конче мають бути ті стежки, але де є стежки, користайтесь стежками. Але почати подивитися на них, ознайомитися, а потім продовжувати в межах близького до вашого проживання. Я теж ходжу в своєму районі, нема, правда, тих перепадів, але все одно достатньо, щоб находжувати і одержувати задоволення від ходьби і від природи, і від подій, і від Львова. Так що я закликаю всіх доєднатися до нашого процесу, до наших напрацювань і перевести їх в практичну площину.
Дякую.
Тільки киньте клич.
Обов'язково. Ми,
Точно.
тільки вже буде тепла погода, можливо, хтось до Львова спеціально приїде, це таке
Ні, ну,
питання.
якщо хтось спеціально приїжджає до Львова, то всі львів'яни якраз довкола нього і згуртуються.
Так, дякуємо. Всі ідеї вже позаписували, так що дякуємо. Чи є ще якісь коментарі? Ну, якщо немає, тоді ще раз
Офіційно оголошуємо закриття 4-ї міжнародної наукової конференції «Щастя і сучасне суспільство». І до зустрічі в онлайні і на наступній конференції наживо.
дякуємо. The fourth annual International Scientific Conference is officially closed. Thank you. We appreciate all the contributions of all the participants and the work of co-organizers, co-hosts of this conference. Thank you and see you in a year on the March 20th, 2024. Good luck.
Дякую, до зустрічі.
Дякую.
Тримаємо
Дякую.
стрій і не опускаємо крила.
До побачення.
Дякую.
Разом до
Побачення.
перемоги.
Слава Україні!
Слава героям
Героям
слава!
слава!